And here on 5 Sports Extra, welcome to New York and to Flushing Meadows from me, Russell Fuller, for our final day's coverage of this 2022 US Open. Iga Swiatek is the women's singles champion. She beat Ons Jabeur of Tunisia, if you were with us 24 hours ago, 6-2, 7-6. And we are now just a few minutes away from the start of the men's singles final, which will crown not only a new US Open champion and a new Grand Slam champion, but also a brand new world number one. It's Casper Ruud, the 5th seed from Norway, the world number 7, who was the runner-up to Rafa Nadal in the French Open final at Roland Garros in June, against Carlos Alcaraz, the 3rd seed, the world number 4, for now at least, the 19-year-old who is hoping to become only the 2nd teenage male Grand Slam champion since 1990. Everything on the line in New York as we welcome you to our coverage from inside the Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's been a weekend of reflections in the United Kingdom and in fact around the world on the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and across the United States, and particularly in New York this weekend, also for the victims of the September the 11th attacks. It is the 21st anniversary of 9/11, and just before the men's final gets underway, there will be a ceremony on court and the singing of the national anthem.
We lost 21 years ago today. Please join us in a moment of silence.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
It is always one of the most moving parts of finals weekend, which so often does coincide with the anniversary of the attacks on the United States. 9/11/01 is stenciled in big white letters on the side of the court opposite the umpire's chair, and the giant stars and stripes, the American flag, was unfurled during the singing of the national anthem by the military. It covered virtually the whole of this blue court. It's being rolled up now, and slowly the flag will be removed from the Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's been a day of commemorations around the United States and New York. It's been a wet day, so many of those services have gone ahead in pouring rain, with relatives of the victims sheltering under umbrellas as they remember their loved ones. 5 Sports Extra from the BBC. Men's singles final time. Casper Ruud against Carlos Alcaraz for the title. And as I was saying, for the world #1 position as well. With me in the commentary box, David Law's going to be commentating on the final with me. We have two players who know what it's like to contest, if not Grand Slam singles finals, but very much life on tour in Naomi Brody and Jeff Tarango. And I think we feel this is going to be a test of even Carlos Alcaraz's stamina, David, given the amount of tennis he's played over the last 3 rounds in particular.
Yeah, it's only ever happened twice before that a player in the men's singles has played 3 back-to-back 5-set matches and gone on to win the title. 1992, Stefan Edberg did exactly what Carlos Alcaraz is trying to do today. 4th round, quarters, semis. But can he do it today as well? It's a huge ask.
We're going to hear from the two players now, just before they walk out into the stadium.
All right, Casper, you're back in a major final. I did hear you say during this tournament that you never knew. You were in the French Open final, of course, against Rafa. You never knew that you'd be back in another major final. And here you are just a couple of months later. How does it feel?
It feels great, amazing, beyond my expectations, really. This year has been tremendous for me in terms of Grand Slam results, so I'm just going to try to enjoy the fact that I'm playing another major final and see if I can pull through this time.
Well, I know we're going to enjoy watching you take on Alcaraz. Obviously, you've played him a couple of times, including a big final in Miami. What do you need to do well today to give yourself the best chance to win?
Well, I know that I'm going to have to play some of my best tennis ever to have a chance to beat him. He's a great player. He's a complete player. He's young, he's energetic, and always very fun to watch. I'm hoping for a fun match, and let's see who will be the better man today.
Looking forward to it. You're pretty young and energetic too, so good luck. Have a great match.
Thank you.
Casper Ruud, everyone, in his first U.S. Open final. Now Carlos Alcaraz playing in his first major final, and also Carlos playing for the #1 world ranking. How does that feel?
Well, it feels great. I mean, it's obviously a thing that you dream of, you know, when you're a kid. So fighting for big things is great for me.
You'd be the youngest player to ever become #1 at 19, and you told me the other day there's no time to be tired because I'm 19, 3 5-setters in a row. How are you feeling coming into this match?
Well, obviously, as you said, it's not time to be tired. I mean, I have to give everything on court, you know. This is the last match of the tournament, so I have to go for it and give everything.
Well, you've certainly been doing that all tournament. Good luck and have a great match.
Thank you.
Carlos Alcaraz and Casper Ruud in the U.S. Open final.
New York. Please welcome the 2022 U.S. Open men's singles finalists. World #7 and the first Norwegian finalist in U.S. Open history, Casper Ruud.
Runner-up at Roland Garros. He's happy it's not Rafa Nadal on clay in this US Open final. That, he said, is a sort of impossible task.
And the youngest U.S. Open men's singles finalist in 32 years. From Spain, the #4 player in the world, Carlos Alcaraz.
Touching hands and punching fists with some of the spectators who were just hanging over the LED boards around this Arthur Ashe Stadium as he walks out onto the court, Alcaraz, trying to become the youngest world #1 in the history of the ATP rankings, which stretch back to August 1973, as well as the youngest Grand Slam singles champion since Rafael Nadal won the French Open in 2005. So, Jeff Tarango, Naomi Brody, you can't learn anything from those interviews, can you? You didn't feel that anybody looked particularly nervous. How do you see this one going, Jeff?
Well, I did read into the fact that it's possible Alcaraz could be tired, but he's not going to let himself be tired. And I also felt that Casper's looking to do better than the French Open. He's a very humble guy, but I still felt a little air of cockiness there. Like he thought he's going to get this one. I just got that feeling from him. I think Ruud is going to pull off the win, but I'd love to see Alcaraz give us the energy and see what he can do to win this championship. If he won the championships, I think I'm going to be flying out of my seat. But I just feel like the mode is for Ruud.
Yeah, I think Alcaraz is going to win. I think I think he leads the head-to-head. He's, for me, just no sign of slowing down just yet. I think he's going to be a trailblazer, a history maker in this sport, and I think this will be his first of many Grand Slam titles. But I've got my snacks and drinks ready. I'm in for the long haul.
And David, I think if Casper Ruud wins, then I do think Carlos Alcaraz's physical conditioning will play a part in that, but I actually believe Ruud is ready to win a Grand Slam title now because he's had a lot of success on the hard courts this year. I know he hasn't won any big titles before, but he's a French Open runner-up, and he does have that big serve, he does have that heavy forehand as well.
He's been knocking on the door all year in most of the tournaments, hard court and clay court. He's been a French Open finalist. He lost out to Alcaraz in the Miami final, and he's put some really good performances together to get to this point in the US Open, and you know, if he wins, he deserves to win, regardless of what's happened to Alcaraz on the way here. And you know, I think it's still a stretch to think of him as the real world number one, given the year that has just gone by. But if he wins the title here, then it's a lot easier to imagine.
So what's the best way, Jeff and Naomi, to beat Carlos Alcaraz? Do you want to pin him behind the baseline for as long as you can?
Well, you want to get him behind the baseline and then hit sharp angles. You can't just keep him behind the baseline because he'll out-rally you. You've got to use the angles. I would think that Ruud uses a lot of kick serves in the ad court and a lot of slice serves in the deuce court. The chair umpire just called Alcaraz back for the photo op.
He'd already done his sprint to the baseline, so he's wasted a bit of energy already.
Yeah, but he just needs to use the depth with the angles. Since, you know, his dad taught him those high topspin shots, but he has his own shots. And I also feel like he's going to need to hit really good down the line shots. It's not going to be, usually men's tennis is about who's going to win the cross-court exchange. To me, it's going to be who pulls the trigger down the line and wins those points.
What are your experiences of his dad, Christian, who's, I think,
he
pretty much the
clobbered
same
me
age
on
as you?
clay, I think 5-2. He's a great clay court player. I almost played him on hard court, I think in Miami, but he lost the round before I beat Magnus Norman, so I felt like I was going to beat him that time. But he's a great player, and what a great guy. I mean, just almost nicer than Casper, if you can imagine.
This is what everybody says. It doesn't always end well, does it? Parents coaching their children. I mean, Naomi, you've had strong parental influence in your career, but here you have somebody in the player's box, traveling with him a lot of the time. They seem to have a genuinely close relationship. Perhaps, as Christian Ruud was saying, now that we have coaching allowed at certain times during the match, he's very well placed to do that because he knows how to communicate with his son better than anybody.
Absolutely. I think people don't realise how common it is actually on tour. It's not necessarily only on the women's tour as well, also on the men's tour. You often have parents who are extremely influential, and I think it plays a big part, especially in the juniors, because when you're 12, 13, 14, it's very difficult to have the experience of life, isn't it, to know how doing those extra sessions and going the extra mile and missing a friend's birthday party is really going to make the difference when you're older. And at times it can seem really hard, and when it is your parent, you're going to have those arguments anyway, so you add the coaching in on top of that as well. It can be a really tough relationship, as you say. Dad coached both myself and my brother throughout our entire careers, and you know, we'd be even sharing hotel rooms because we certainly couldn't afford, I'm sure Casper at this point, hopefully he can afford 2 hotel rooms for each of them. But yeah, it's not always the easiest relationship. I'm sure for Casper it helps a lot having his dad know exactly what he's going through, not only in sport but specifically in tennis.
You could hear by the ovation that both players received, David, Carlos Alcaraz has the star quality in the minds of the New York crowd.
There is electricity in the air when he plays a tennis match, and 3 times this fortnight he has brought that electricity inside the Arthur Ashe Stadium, and he has lit this place up and sent 20,000+ people away each time, remembering who he is and wanting to come back, is my guess. And that's even up against Frances Tiafoe the other night, who was immensely popular. People were chanting Tiafoe's name, but they also left here thinking about Alcaraz, who is an astonishing sight on a tennis court.
The Arthur Ashe Stadium is filling up. We will be underway in a couple of minutes for this final. We are, as ever, grateful to Laura Robson, who's not with us today, but has provided us with the celebrity list again. And I know you're looking at it too there.
I am. My
Naomi.
standout favourite, I think, is the one and only Rick Astley.
Rick Astley is in the house. He's
John
in the
Bon Jovi
president's
is also
suite, to
here.
be precise. Ralph Lauren,
Stan Smith. Pick a few out.
John Bon Jovi, Christy Brinkley,
Dave Grutman is here. Anne Hathaway.
Lin-Manuel Miranda. Not for the first
Andy
time.
Roddick.
Yeah, there are a few tennis players here as well. Del Potro's in the house. Kim Clijsters. Andy Roddick, as you say.
Anne Hathaway.
Yeah. It's always fun one for US Open, isn't it? Because we tend to get the most celebs, I think, of all the Grand Slams. They just pop on over, and especially because it's Fashion Week as well. Everyone's in the city.
That's right. Timed nicely. It's enabled Serena Williams and I think Caroline Wozniacki to go and do a turn there after a good run at the US Open in previous years. So we're waiting to crown the men's singles champion. We have a men's singles champion in the wheelchair division, and it's Alfie Hewitt of Great Britain, who's won his 3rd title here in New York, his 6th Grand Slam singles title, and he stopped Shingo Kunieda of Japan, the world #1, from completing the calendar Grand Slam. No wheelchair male athlete has done that before. Hewitt winning 7-6, 6-1 to make up in some way for losing the last couple of finals to Kunieda here, and also for losing that Wimbledon final, which was desperately painful for Hewitt, having been 5-2 up in the deciding set. Should just say that in the women's wheelchair singles finals, Dida de Groot of the Netherlands, the top seed, is chasing a calendar slam for the 2nd year in a row, and she just levelled the match at 1-all against Yui Kimiji of Japan by taking the 2nd set 6-1. So you're in the Ruud camp, Jeff. Naomi's going Alcaraz. David?
I'd go Alcaraz as well.
And I'm going to go Ruud.
Ooh, we're split down the middle. I like it.
What are you basing that on, Russell?
I'm basing it on the extra levels of
Jeff more than
energy,
me.
and I just feel Casper Ruud is ready. But I don't ever really make predictions with a great deal of confidence, because I think it's very easy after the event to look back and say, well, yeah, that's the reason they won. But we don't know at the moment, do we?
Absolutely.
I don't think anybody is really that sure
I
how
make them
this
with
final's going to
confidence,
end.
and then I get them wrong, and then on we go.
Jeff, we've been guessing how long this final's going to take as well. What's your guess? We'll reveal all everyone's answers at the end, but since we've done ours off air, what's your guess of length of time of this match?
I think Ruud is going to have a struggle in this first set, and then he's going to run away with it in 3.
What's the length of time? How many hours will he be out there on court?
2 hours and 10 minutes.
Whoa,
Okay.
2 hours
quick.
and 10 minutes.
I went almost double that.
So the men's final from New York here on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds, and it will be Casper Ruud to serve first with the US Open title and the world #1 ranking on the line against Carlos Alcaraz, and it's an excellent serve, an excellent start. It's a service winner for the Norwegian. The 23-year-old, 6 foot tall, born in Oslo. When he was the runner-up at Roland Garros, it was the first time he'd been past the 4th round of a Grand Slam. If he does win the title and become world #1, it'll be the biggest jump ever in the men's rankings, from 7-1 in one step, one giant leap for Casper Ruud. His backhand onto the forehand of Alcaraz, the forehand from Ruud. Alcaraz behind the baseline hits his backhand just wide. Ruud hitting hard, trying to make his presence felt in the opening game of the final.
I will say one of my favourite matches of the year, I would say of the whole year so far actually, was their final in Miami. I don't know if any of you got to watch that, but again, just the rallies that they were having, the intensity. I know it's also a longer tournament. Obviously, Alcaraz would have had a bit more energy in that final.
Ruud serving at 30 love. Good serve down the tee. Forehand from Ruud. Backhand Alcaraz cross court. Ruud with the backhand. Alcaraz hits the forehand. Backhand from Ruud is just a little bit too long. That was a straight sets win, although competitive certainly at times in Miami in favour of Alcaraz, who also won their Marbella quarter-final on clay in 2021. Those are the only 2 matches they played thus far. .30.15. Ruud has set new records for Norwegians as his career has developed. The forehand from Ruud is long, and suddenly 30 all. First Norwegian man to break into the top 5, to win an ATP title, of which he has 9, to qualify for the ATP finals. He was a semi-finalist on debut last year, and to reach that Grand Slam final in Paris. But he's not the first Norwegian. He would not be the first Norwegian to win a Grand Slam. which if you were listening to our build-up to the men's singles final at the French Open, you will already know. Assuming you have a better memory than me. Backhand Alcaraz attacking this second serve, and he's got a short put away, and there was the call of out, in fact, on the defence. Ruud unable to make the backhand return, and Alcaraz has won 3 points in a row and has a break point in the very first game of the final.
And there's the example of why Ruud doesn't want to be serving up the middle to that backhand side. Alcaraz just completely wheelhouse that, was right in his strike zone, and you saw him and Tiafoe in the semis trade that shot the whole match, so he's got that shot going.
First serve.
Ruud's got to be very careful when he serves down the middle.
Break point to Carlos Alcaraz. Ruud with a good first serve. Fine return too by the Spaniard, by the 19-year-old. Forehand from Ruud. Backhand Alcaraz cross-court. Ruud with the backhand cross-court to the back of the court. Forehand from Ruud down the line. Alcaraz cross-court with the forehand, and it's long. And Ruud, to his relief, saves a break point in the opening game of the match.
So, Jeff, if you were the coach of Ruud, would you be playing a forehand game plan against Alcaraz?
A what?
A forehand game plan, or would it just be on that serve? You wouldn't want to give him that backhand return on the due side?
Yeah, I would go wide on both sides. I don't think Alcaraz has a weakness, but I would really test. I would go out wide just for strategy, because then wrong footing him is going to hurt the most. If his legs are sore,
quick, yeah.
And if he's a step slow, the open court's open. So I just feel like you got to go out wide that 80% of the time, even if he knows it.
Second serve is a double fault, so Ruud has offered Alcaraz a second opportunity to break his serve in the very first game. The Norwegian Grand Slam champion, Molla Mallory, who became a naturalized American in time, but won 8 US championships, as it was called then, between 1915 and 1926. Break point number 2, forehand cross-court from Ruud right into the corner. Forehand down the line from the Norwegian. Ruud with a forehand cross-court. Alcaraz hits the forehand to the forehand of Ruud. Alcaraz has break point and he nets with the backhand cross-court.
It's safe to say that wasn't in the open era.
Very closed, I think, that particular era of tennis. Different game, but we need to.
Were they still using
give
the triangle
Molla a
rackets?
memory.
The wood triangle rackets?
I mentioned even. Yeah, possibly.
Certainly natural gut.
Yeah, none of this synthetic stuff. Deuce. Long first game of the first set of the final. Volley Ruud. Punch to the back of the court. Alcaraz cross-court with a backhand. Half volley from Ruud. Alcaraz passing chance. Volley from Ruud. Alcaraz runs back. Smash from Ruud. Alcaraz gets another one back in play. No, he nets. It just teeters on the tape and bounces back on the Spaniard side.
Wow. That's what we came to see.
So many in the crowd as well. You can see already people getting up on their feet in excitement at the end of the point.
It's just amazing to watch him recover balls. Alcaraz, he's the fastest tennis player I've ever seen. I mean, he makes Michael Chang look slow, Russell.
Yeah, he seems to have that title, doesn't he, already, as the fastest of all time, and he's only 19. Certainly the way it seems. So, it's hard work for Casper Ruud in this opening service game. But he does now have the advantage. This is a second serve. Alcaraz stepping in, hitting the backhand over the baseline. And Ruud holds. Saves 2 break points and wins the opening game of the final.
What age are we saying is kind of peak performance? We hear Nadal now, you know, he says he's past his prime physically, you know, he's not as fast as he used to be. Alcaraz is 19, and we were saying off air, weren't we, Jeff, is he able to sustain this sort of level? But at only 19, technically he shouldn't be at his peak physically yet, right? So
yeah.
is there a way for him to somehow
I was going to
faster?
sarcastically say wait till he develops his legs.
Yeah.
You know,
He's already so
how
strong.
and fast he's going to be then.
How old would you say normally would be?
I think a
coming into
male's
peak?
peak between 24 and 28.
Yeah.
And then obviously with sports medicine now you can extend
Prolong
that
it.
peak, right? But
And the girls a bit earlier, the females a bit earlier.
Yeah, I would say now women. But now it's taking longer for women to break through because there's so much parity in the game that I would say Women are up to around 21. I mean, you can find a Hingis, that can come in early. But I think right now it's between 18 and 24 is the peak. Would you agree, or I don't know?
Yep.
Alcaraz is serving now, being watched by his father, amongst others, in the box, who has the same name as he does. Good hitting by Alcaraz, and the forehand long by Ruud. Very much a forced error from the Norwegian.
Don't tell Elise Cornet that. She'll get all upset.
Well,
She'll say she's still in her physical peak.
That's for me what's so amazing about Alcaraz, is because when we talk about him being so good already, he's so young. It's where does the improvement come from in the next 10, 15 years?
He serves here at 15 love, just catches the tape.
I think it's the experience. It's, matches like this, getting to the finals, winning the Grand Slam. It's going to be a big hurdle, or maybe it's not. We're going to find out tonight. But
forehand blocked back by Ruud. Alcaraz coming forward to the net behind the forehand, and the pass is a winner from Ruud. That backhand has caught the baseline.
Yeah, not by much. You can see Alcaraz just having a look, stare down at the baseline as he crosses it, as he walks to get the ball from the ball boy. We're going to see the close call replay. A gasp from the crowd as they see the ball just catching the slither, the back edge of the line.
It was one of those that felt long to the naked eye, wasn't it? But did just catch the back of the baseline. 15 all. Alcaraz down the tee. Backhand return and an error from Alcaraz as he hits the drive volley on the forehand into the net.
Just got a text from a buddy at home. It says, Jeff, before you left for the U.S. Open, you told us all that Alcaraz was going to win, no question about it. You just changed your mind and you didn't tell any of us. They already have their...
Switched your pick.
They've already laid it down in Vegas. They're like, you needed to give me notice about that, Jeff.
15-30. Alcaraz into the net with the first serve. Only one player in the men's game has been on court for longer in reaching a Grand Slam final in recent years, and that was Kevin Anderson after that epic semi-final with John Isner at Wimbledon. That is another winner onto the back of the baseline. It's another backhand down the line by Casper Ruud, and he now has 2 break points.
Yeah, we needed to start that stat today. Yesterday we had the stat of the drop shots that isn't tracked on the monitor here for our stats, but today the stat should be down the line winners.
From both players?
That's
crazy.
That's a challenge.
Yeah, that would be a tough one to keep up with.
That's not in your notes.
That is a full-time job, isn't it?
But I would want that stat today.
Here's the first break point for Ruud. Forehand into the net. Good serving by Alcaraz.
And I do think Casper Ruud is
40.
I mean, we've heard Sinner and Alcaraz say about each other, they're forcing each other already to bring out a better side of each other. They have to be better, they have to train harder so they can keep that head-to-head in their favour. But I think also for Casper Ruud, it's going to be more of the same for him and Alcaraz as well, because you can see already Casper Ruud having to be so aggressive out there today.
Second break point, into the body with the serve, Alcaraz, and into the net, Ruud.
And I think sometimes Ruud can be a little bit complacent, especially on that backhand side. He prefers to run around the backhand and look for that big forehand, doesn't he? But already in this game, putting some scoreboard pressure on Alcaraz with the aggressive backhands line.
Both players now with 2 break points, unconverted. And normally these guys break 1 out of 2 times.
It's deuce, it's an ace by Alcaraz.
Advantage.
Terrific angle.
Alcaraz.
Wow, it was like a kick out wide. It wasn't a slice. It had a foot over the net, landed really short. As soon as Ruud saw it hit the court, he went the other way. Knew he had no chance.
So now it's game points. Alcaraz serves onto the backhand of Ruud. Forehand cross-court Alcaraz into the corner. So there was a moment of danger there for him, as there was for Casper Ruud in the opening game. In fact, 2 moments of danger each, but they both saved those break points.
1 game all.
And that's the score after 12 minutes of this final, with Nico Helvert of Germany in the chair for this men's singles final from New York.
And I know, Russell, you've been commenting on how far Ruud stays behind the baseline for that return. On that last break point, he was almost on the baseline. I think Alcaraz saw it and gave him a hard body serve.
One game all. Ruud with the big serve, and now the follow-up forehand, and that is a lucky break for Alcaraz because his approach just caught the tape, changed the trajectory of the ball, and from very close to the net, Ruud was not able to react in time and make the volley.
It would have been an easy volley had he not clipped the net, open court. Alcaraz was still sliding.
Love 15. Ruud down the tee. Drive volley from the Norwegian long.
That's a tough shot, the inside-out swing volley. And I think he hesitated for a second, thinking the ball might go long, and then re-pulled the trigger. That's so tough to do.
I almost feel like he's forcing himself to be aggressive. It's maybe something that doesn't come naturally to him. So, as you say, there's like just that element of hesitation, isn't there?
Love 30 down now, Ruud, and that's a first serve into the net. He's wearing his white bandana that he's been wearing throughout the championships. Some purple and white in that top. Second serve, Love 30 down. Forehand down the line, Ruud. Alcaraz with the backhand. Another backhand from Alcaraz. Another one that hits the tape, lands in. Ruud to the back of the court. Now a slightly shorter ball for Ruud. He hits through the forehand, but brilliant forehand cross-court from Alcaraz. The backhand cross-court from Alcaraz. Ruud with the slice backhand down the line. The volley, Alcaraz cross-court. And to the very back of the court. And that's brought many to their feet inside the stadium because these are 3 break points. 3 more break points for the 19-year-old from Murcia.
You mentioned it in the women's final, those flags are not allowed, but they're already being snuck out of pockets. Lots of Spanish flags around this stadium, and I feel already you could hear the cheers as the players came out into court. This New York crowd, I think, is behind the Spaniard.
Yeah, you don't think a Spaniard can sneak a flag into a stadium? Come on now.
Break point number 1. It's a silly rule, though, isn't it? It's the idea that it gets so big it blocks the view of others.
I think it's so you can't use them for political reasons.
Well, that's something different, though, isn't it? Break point, Alcaraz hammers it straight back to Ruud. Forehand, wild one from Alcaraz. I think he was going for that, but he didn't quite get it right. It was long and wide, and the first of 3 break points has been saved.
I think they adapted that after that Serbian-Croatian conflict in Australia where they had to pepper spray the fans. They decided no more flags after that one.
Yeah, there have been some issues in Melbourne
right now, and he remembers that. Were you there for that, Russell?
Yeah, there have been times where it's spilt over. Certainly. Second break point for Alcaraz. Forehand return from the Spaniard. Forehand Ruud, it's wide. He knew he'd missed it. Break points in all 3 games, but that's the first break of serve.
Leads 2 games.
And it's gone to 19-year-old Carlos Alcaraz, who has red on his front. It's Arsenal red on his front and white on his back, and little purple stripes underneath his armpits down either side of his top. And he'll be delighted with the way he started, Jeff and Naomi.
Yeah, aren't those Barca colors?
Barca? You tell me. Which particular US college team is that?
No, it's called Barcelona soccer.
Oh, Barca.
Barca to me.
So it just dawned on us both at the same time, Russell.
Aren't those the same colors?
Yeah, there's definitely a Barca hue.
Okay.
This stadium,
yeah, I'm separated by a common language.
Surprised how many people are still flooding in here, because there didn't seem to be all that many spare seats. But again, if you're not here for the first point, you have to wait until the changeover at the 3rd game. Streams of people coming on into the stadium. There's not going to be many spare seats left, I don't think.
The roof is closed. That's the one thing I haven't told you so far because of the rain we've had in New York today. It's been closed throughout for the wheelchair singles finals on the Louis Armstrong Stadium court. Also for the women's doubles final, which was won by Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova of the Czech Republic, the 3rd seed. Another Grand Slam title for them. They beat Katie McNally and Taylor Townsend of the United States. 6-1 in the deciding set, but it was very, very tight.
Please,
deep in the second, which they were able to win by 7 games to 5.
Players are ready. Thank you.
17 minutes played already in this final. Alcaraz with the early advantage, leading by 2-1, putting a first serve there into the net. 5 sets wins over Marin Cilic, Yannick Sinner and Francis Tiafoe in the last 3 rounds. Forehand cross-court from Ruud, and he was worked so far out of court that Alcaraz, you could hear his feet moving on the court, came forward very sharply and hit that forehand volley into the open court. The longest of those matches that Alcaraz played, 5 hours and 15 minutes, second longest in US Open history, in which he saved a match point. It finished at 2:50 a.m. Backhand from Ruud. Alcaraz forced back behind his baseline to hit the forehand. Just long Ruud.
30 love.
Stefan Edberg at the US Open of 1992 did manage to win his 4th round, quarter-final and semi-final in 5 sets and go on and win the title. Needed 4 to beat Pete Sampras in the final. That's the last time a sequence of results like that took place.
He was serving and volleying and chipping and charging on
the matches were a lot shorter, weren't they, in those days? Forehand down the line from Alcaraz. He certainly started very well, and a lovely little half volley dink which is reached by Ruud. He's hit to the back of the court. Cross court goes Alcaraz, and Ruud has the final word this time. A forehand volley winner.
Casper showing some speed there.
30-15.
Doesn't even look like real tennis half the time, does it? It's like game tennis. You play on a monitor. Just how they get these shots back is just incredible.
Yeah,
absolutely,
and
right.
the quality of it too. It's not like they're just popping it back.
30-15 as Alcaraz serves. Backhand Ruud. Alcaraz with a higher ball, hits through the forehand. Ruud very much on the defence, and the drop shot's missed by Alcaraz, to everybody's surprise.
He has a tendency to miss that shot. He makes them half the time. Yeah. And I think he factors that into his game. He likes to have it in there to keep Ruud closer to the baseline. If you're drop shotting your opponent, they can't play way back, right? They have to play close to the baseline. You force them. So even though he missed it, he's sending the message to Ruud, if I see you drop back, I'm going to drop shot you.
Almost like the investment, isn't it?
Yes.
30-all. Chipped forehand return by Ruud. Down the line goes Alcaraz to the very back of the court. Ruud on the defensive again, but he's got another swing at this. Alcaraz suddenly in a bit of trouble, and he's gone wide with the forehand. He gave Ruud an extra bite of the cherry there, and the result is a breakback point to the Norwegian.
You always have to be so careful when you run round your backhand and go inside in on that forehand, because you leave yourself open to your opponent's cross-court forehand. For Casper Ruud, he just says, thank you very much, that's my favourite shot.
It looked like Ruud almost read that inside, and you didn't see him go this way, like I'm going to play the inside out, because that's usually what gets your opponent. Is if you see him take that step the other way, you can get him with the inside in. That didn't happen.
Breakback point for Ruud. Alcaraz finds a good serve. He's got a shortish ball. He'll play the drop shot. Again, Ruud is there. Alcaraz with the drive volley down the line. Forehand winner.
Made me jump then.
Yes.
I thought that was coming from the box of Carlos Alcaraz, but the cameraman had found 2 men in the crowd who were dressed as bullfighters.
Yeah, matadors.
Yes. Matadors, that's the word.
I wonder if they'd say Barca or Barca.
I think they might go Barca.
Or even Barca.
Barca.
Perhaps. Well, I'm not sure how they say it in Catalonia, because there's a difference with the pronunciation, isn't there, in different parts of Spain? Or am I getting confused between Spain and South America?
No, you got it right, Catalan.
Or shall we continue this discussion offline?
Yeah.
With somebody who
it's
knows
okay.
what they're talking about, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe.
Deuce. 4th game in a row where we've had break points, and that's into the net from Ruud on the forehand, and Alcaraz has a chance, a point for a 3-1 lead.
And that time going for the sharp angle off the return. Ruud seeing that serve well, taking some risks, making a few forehand unforced errors. So.
Alcaraz has the advantage down the tee with the serve. Short ball, put it away, and he does, Alcaraz. He hits it right down the centre of this court, leaving Ruud flailing. So all 4 games have been very tight. All have gone to deuce. All have involved break points. But Alcaraz has won 3 of them.
He doesn't look tired.
Well, I remember in Nadal's book, he wrote about how, was it that first Wimbledon final or his first Grand Slam final? He said, I didn't sleep a minute before it. I was so nervous. And his fitness trainer said to him, don't worry, when you get out there, your adrenaline's going to take over. It's one match. Maybe they've had the same discussion with Alcaraz today.
We saw a wry smile, though, on Alcaraz's face when he came close to his coaching box, like a boxer who's just laid out his opponent the first time in the first round.
3-1 he leads.
First serve.
And we shouldn't forget that Casper Ruud has played a lot of tennis in this US Open too. He's had some long matches, less so in the last couple of rounds, but he has a lot of miles on the clock as well. He's been on court for a couple of hours less than Alcaraz. Beat Carl Edmund in the first round, that seems a long time ago. And Tim van Rijthoven in 4. Tommy Paul, 6-love in the 5th set in the 3rd round. Backhand reply from Alcaraz, the backhand from Ruud onto the Spaniard's backhand. He lands it on the baseline, Alcaraz, but this one, he's pushing his luck, he hits the backhand long. And then it was Corentin Moutet in the 4th round in 4 sets. Fine performance against Matteo Berrettini, winning in straight sets in the quarterfinal. And Karen Khachanov in 4 sets in the semi-final. Oh. 15-love. Alcaraz leads the first set of this final by 3 games to 1. BBC Sounds, 5 Sports Extra. Jeff Tarango and Naomi Brody are here in the commentary box as Ruud serves in towards the body of Alcaraz and now slides it brilliantly down the line with the backhand, the Norwegian.
30 love.
He's causing most damage right now, Casper Ruud, on that backhand side, interestingly, isn't he? Again, normally it's the forehand that he favours. He looks to move around the backhand as much as he can, but catching Alcaraz several times, taking his backhand early up the line.
30 love. Ruud down the tee, backhand from Alcaraz is worked back into play on the defensive, but it's enabled him to get into this rally, and now he's firing a forehand from the baseline. Alcaraz with another big forehand, but a little bit too much on that. And maybe for the first time, the server is going to stroll through a service game.
40 love.
Lots of information from Dad coming to Casper Ruud. If anyone speaks Norwegian, can they tweet us? Let us know what coaching.
That's what we really need. There'll be plenty of people listening to us who can understand some of the Spanish, but there are going to be fewer, I suspect, who understand the Norwegian.
All I could make out was long rally.
3 game points for Ruud, and it's a quick game.
Or maybe he wants him to keep the rally short, not get into the long rallies. Even though physically he should be stronger, he's maybe getting overpowered at the end of the rallies.
Alcaraz's coach is Juan Carlos Ferrero, who lost the final here in 2003 to Andy Roddick, but knew he was going to take over as world #1 on the following Monday. He'd won the French Open earlier in the year, his only Grand Slam singles success. And the victory over Andre Agassi in the semi-final was enough. And he said he's spoken to Alcaraz about that and how you approach a match that, if you know you're going to win it, will take you to the top of the world rankings. But this is different, isn't it? I think that's almost less of an issue because it's all about winning the title.
I would more compare Alcaraz to Mats Wilander when he won the French Open at age 17, where he's just so young that he doesn't understand the magnitude of winning your first Grand Slam. He doesn't understand how that opens the door to winning 9 Grand Slams like Wilander did. Because you don't have any pressure yet because you're so young.
No battle wounds, no scars.
Yeah, whereas you're 27 years old and you get to a Grand Slam final, you're shaking in your boots because you're like, oh my God.
Is it going to come around again, I guess, as well, the older you get?
Right. And so I think I would assimilate him more to Mats Wilander in that regard.
Yeah. And even Casper Ruud at 23 will think he's got many, many years to go. Mind you, I'm sure it'll be there in the back of the mind somewhere, because you never know whether you might get the chance again. And
well, he said in an interview I think it was yesterday or the day before, where he said, once Nadal's gone, I think I have a chance of winning that tournament.
Roland Garros.
Yeah. He said, but as long as he's around, it's a hard sell.
Well, it would be unprecedented to jump from 7 to 1 in the rankings in the space of one tournament, but there are 2,000 ranking points available for the winner of this title, and it's been an unpredictable year with some injuries for Rafa Nadal, mixed in with a lot of success, and in particular, of course, the absence of Novak Djokovic, who did not play at the Australian Open or Wimbledon because he was not prepared to take the COVID vaccination. 3-2. Sorry, not Wimbledon, the US Open. He won Wimbledon. My memory is not that bad.
US
backhand. Aussie and US Open are the ones that he missed. The backhand cross-court from Alcaraz. Ruud with the backhand. Alcaraz with the forehand cross-court. Ruud's forehand. Alcaraz in mid-court. Ruud with the backhand cross-court. And the volley is excellent from Alcaraz. Just had to twist that torso to make sure he made clean contact. And he wins the first point of his latest service game.
For me, one of the most impressive parts of the Alcaraz game as well isn't just how good he is at moving side to side, but how quick he is at that transition movement. He gets up to the net so fast. There's no kind of lolloping into the net, seeing if his approach shot was any good. He's trying to close the net and get on top, close to the net as he can, to make that volley as easy as possible. Considering he's a Spanish player who would have grown up on clay, he's so comfortable up there at the net already.
And hasn't played much doubles, but he's good at the net.
So good at the net.
His footwork is nice.
Yeah.
You really see him get tangled up.
He's really left no stone unturned in his game.
15 love. Second serve from Alcaraz. Ruud with the backhand cross-court. He's a long, long way behind that baseline to receive again. Forehand Alcaraz down the line. He's missing. Not seen Alcaraz do any underarm serves before.
Maybe that's the stone, Russell, that they haven't turned in his game. The underarm serve.
I'm not suggesting now is the time to try it for the first time if it's not something he's been practicing, but it's clearly Casper is one of those opponents you could definitely try it against.
On a second serve, you're going to try an underhand serve? I don't know. Because that's when Ruud really moves back.
Yeah, he moves his court position, Ruud, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Sometimes he's closer and sometimes further back.
15 all, chipped back by Ruud onto the forehand of Alcaraz. Backhand slice Ruud. Forehand, off forehand from Alcaraz, who's coming forward, and there's the volley. So quick to turn that neutral position into an attacking and winning one.
As soon as he sees that racket face open of his opponent, as soon as he knows they're going to have to play a slice, he's immediately in behind it. As I say, sprints up to the net.
30-15.
First serve.
It's interesting to me that Juan Carlos Ferrero is wearing a sweatsuit today. Today it's cold for him.
Full tracksuit.
30-15. Backhand return from Ruud, the forehand from Alcaraz, hooked down the line, and that's wide and long with Ruud's forehand cross-court. It was very humid this morning in Manhattan and in New York.
15.
A little bit less humid now, but still warm, despite the cloud and the rain, as is often the case late in the summer and in the early part of the autumn in this part of the world.
I wonder how much Alcaraz benefited as well from his really long matches coming when the temperature had dropped down a little bit, because had those five-setters come in the first week, could have been a different story trying to recover.
Yeah, it's been easier to be out there for longer in the second week compared to the first, certainly. 2 game points for Alcaraz at 40-15. Forehand from Ruud to the Alcaraz forehand. Ruud hits a forehand. Alcaraz into the net with the backhand.
40-13.
He's not a big fan of the name Carlos. Much happier being called Charlie or Carlitos. But you feel like you need to know him a little bit better before you can do that.
I feel like that. It feels a bit like of a nickname or something, doesn't it? But yeah, he says he doesn't like Carlos.
And I always think of Al Pacino when you say Carlito.
Game point to Carlito, just one remaining, and it's an ace. He serves down the tee, and he stays in front. Preserves the break. Leads 4-2.
You know,
and it
who
must
we
be
should have
confusing
asked?
as well, mustn't it, in the family, if you've got a dad and a son, both with the same name. And actually, that happens quite a lot in the United States.
George
doesn't it?
Foreman named every one of his kids George and Georgina.
Well, Coco Gauff. She's Corey after her father.
Yes.
The daughter of Serena Williams.
Explain yourselves, Tarango. Why on earth do Americans insist on naming their children after them?
Kiki Vandeweghe called his daughter Coco, too. I mean, that's pretty close.
Kiki Vandeweghe, Coco, just changing
the K to
a
the
vowel
C.
or two.
Well, when Coco Gauff came on tour, she had to say, I don't want to be known as Corey, that's my dad, I like to be known as Coco. So that was very quickly established.
Along with the return, Alcaraz, it's Ruud serving at 2-4. So your dad's name was?
Henry Robert.
Okay, so he's not followed the trend.
Well, my mother wouldn't allow it. Yeah, I was going to be Henry Robert III, but my mother would not allow it. So my dad insisted on Jeffrey.
Any regrets?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I've learned to deal with it.
Although Henry Tarango III.
Not bad.
I think
Not
you missed
bad.
out a little bit there. Forehand return from Alcaraz. He covered a lot of ground just to get a racket on that ball, but now this defence is shining until he misses the backhand cross-court and lets me down.
I had a student, Edward IV. Edward Kelly IV.
I think in the UK, I don't know anybody that's a third or a fourth other than royalty.
No.
And we don't really do a junior. I feel like that's a very American term. Just refer to them as junior. Although, we are missing a glaringly obvious one, a British tennis player named after his father, Ken Skupski.
So it happens occasionally. 30 love, Ruud.
First serve.
But it doesn't say Ken Skupski Jr. on the
It does not.
.34 minutes played. Break points in each of the first 4 games. Alcaraz got the break, Ruud didn't, and that's why he now leads 4-2 in the first set of this final. Ruud at 30 love, second serve, wide with the forehand cross-court return by Alcaraz.
Every game's been close. And Ruud's had 3 break points. Alcaraz has had 4.
Four titles this year for Alcaraz. On the clay in Rio in February, then in Miami where he beat Ruud in the final. Then in Barcelona.
Thank you.
And then in Madrid.
Oh, that was a good one.
Backhand return from Alcaraz. And Ruud has played a tweener.
Strange.
That seems slightly out of character.
Alcaraz hit that second serve return that was 93 miles an hour so hard at him, he couldn't move his feet one way or the other. He just he wobbled.
He froze, maybe. Momentarily, he just lost his concentration and was left with no alternative. Because he would have had time if he'd been on it and sharp. A slightly bizarre moment in this final.
I see teaching pros do that shot a lot because they're just not going to move. They're at their basket and they'll just do a tweener every once in a while because you get hit right at them. But that was a little strange for...
Well, will it cost him? 40-15, second serve, forehand from Alcaraz into the net. No. Maybe he's trying to branch out a little bit. He described himself earlier in the fortnight. He said, I'm not a flashy player compared to some, but he did hit a couple of round the net post winners in his 4th round match. I think he's entertaining enough, personally.
I do. I think he gets a hard time. I mean, he did let himself down for me a little bit on the on-court interview when they asked what you do for fun, and he said he watches instructional videos on how to play golf. That didn't sound like the funnest person on the planet for me, but in terms of on-court, he gets a hard rep for not being the most exciting of players. But I think in terms of his tennis, he really is. I love watching Casper Ruud play tennis. I don't think his game's boring at all.
I mean, you spent the morning showing me pictures of his girlfriend, saying she's pretty good, you know.
I did.
Was it you?
No.
No, it was Gigi.
Must have been Gigi.
Okay.
I think she was just pointing out to you which was his sister and which was his girlfriend.
Correct.
That's it.
Were you there, Russell?
I was
It definitely wasn't
aware
me,
of
was
the
it?
conversation.
Yeah.
I think.
Doubting myself, Jeff, if that was me or not. You seemed so
I could have
convinced.
sworn that was you. It was early. For a Californian, it was early.
4-3. The one break of serve in favour of Carlos Alcaraz. He's won his 4 titles this year. Ruud has titles this year in Buenos Aires, again on the clay at the start of the year, Geneva on the clay, and Gstaad on the clay just after Wimbledon.
It's a 4-3, a break up, but it's not like in the old days where Becker was playing, okay, the set's over. Even Izovic or Sampras gets a break and it's over. Every game is so close. I wouldn't say that this first set is wrapped at 4-3 up break. We did promise a tough first set.
People taking their seats after the change of ends. Alcaraz with a second serve here at 4-3. Ruud with the forehand cross-court. Half volley Alcaraz. Ruud with the lob, which Alcaraz is going to have to watch very carefully. He's landed it on the sideline and he's won the point, Ruud.
No, she said not up. And he definitely got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ruud.
Oh, Mr. Ruud made the call.
Mr. Ruud has just confirmed that the ball bounced twice. The point goes to Alcaraz. 15 up.
Let's show the replay.
Alcaraz is almost pointing to Ruud there, saying to the crowd to give him a round of applause. Still clapping his racket along with the applause from the crowd now.
Barely. It was double bounce. That was pretty chivalrous.
It was.
That's the wrong word. What?
It was. So the lob that hit the sideline was ruled out because it bounced twice, and therefore the point goes to Carlos Alcaraz, who's serving at 15 love. Forehand return from Ruud. Ruud with a big forehand to the Alcaraz forehand, a miscue from the Spaniard.
But the chair umpire didn't call it, Ruud called it.
Yeah. Would you have known instinctively as a player? Because even on the slow motion replay, you almost feel like you want to look again to be absolutely sure that did bounce twice.
Sometimes when it's really close, I'm not sure that you always do know the right way, especially when you're I mean, maybe he's not at the state of the match yet where he's so desperate for points, but I think sometimes you can your mind almost tricks yourself into thinking you've got it up, especially, your racket hits the floor on the way through. But we saw it happen in Andy Murray's match, didn't we, earlier on in the tournament? And they actually replayed it on the big screen. So his opponent, of course, then had to concede the point because the crowd were booing.
15 all. Alcaraz's forehand down the centre. Ruud with the forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ruud makes room for his forehand, hits it back with a little bit of pace off to Alcaraz, who's missed a regulation backhand. He's put it into the net.
15.
Unforced error count right now between the two players. Alcaraz up to 12. Casper Ruud still sat down at 5.
Yeah, he only had 5 unforced errors in the entire 5th set the other night against TFO. But I think the class of Ruud, by calling that, has endeared the fans a little bit back to him.
15-30 Alcaraz. Ace.
Oh, sheepers.
And a big one too. Right into the body of Ruud at 123 miles an hour.
He was the matador there, getting out of the way of that one.
That's a good way to describe it.
Jeez, that could have been dangerous.
30 all. It's a big stage in this first set of the final here on BBC Sounds. Alcaraz serving. Ruud's forehand cross-court. Right into the corner of the court. Backhand from Ruud, back onto the forehand of Alcaraz. Ruud's forehand, Alcaraz with the forehand. Ruud with the backhand to the backhand of Alcaraz, who's coming forward. The volley from Alcaraz cross-court. Ruud into the net. Again, it was so well placed. He is a joy to watch when he's coming forward, and he has a game point.
Been forward 8 times already in this match. He's won 6 of them.
30.
A lot of the volleys have been hard put away ones, but that time just showing the skills, the hand skills he's got. Silky smooth on the cross-court drop shot volley.
And Ruud turned to his dad after that and said, geez, I got the ball down low like you said to do, and look what he's doing with it. Made that look like an easy volley.
An 11th winner of the first set by Alcaraz. 4-3, 40-30 is his lead. Forehand return by Ruud as he tries to keep this game alive. Backhand Ruud, landing in the service box. Deeper on the backhand from Ruud. Down the line goes Alcaraz, onto the sideline. Spectacular way to close out the game and move to within one game of the first set of this US Open men's singles final.
Charlie, convéncete que tienes que ir a por el partido. Convéncete. No vale otra cosa. Vamos a por ello. Vamos.
Well, we know his box calls him Charlie. That's all I got from that conversation, and a vamos at the end. How's your Spanish, Jeff?
I didn't catch much of that because there was two guys talking at once. You had Christian talking over here, and you could hear that, and then you had the Spanish over there. It just got all jumbled for me.
3-5. Casper Ruud trails. He's serving to stay in the first set, but a good first serve and a forehand cross-court from mid-court ensures he wins the first point. We'll hear from Alfie Hewitt, the wheelchair singles champion, who's been chatting to Gigi Salmon at the end of this first set.
Way to go, Alfie.
And Diede de Groot has indeed won the calendar slam in the women's wheelchair competition for the second year in a row. Alcaraz netting. She did lose the first set 6-3 to Yui Kamiji of Japan, the second seed, but she's come storming back 6-1, 6-1. She's won sets 2 and 3 to take the title yet again. Backhand return from Alcaraz into the net. Ruud to 40 love.
40 love.
Just one of the match to be played other than this men's final. It's been moved to the Armstrong Stadium court because of the rain elsewhere, and that's the quad singles final between the top two seeds from the Netherlands, Niels Fink and Sam Schroeder. Forehand return from Alcaraz. The slice backhand from Ruud is just a little bit too long. And then the tennis tour continues. Tomorrow they're already qualifying in Portoroz in Slovenia and in Chennai in India on the WTA tour, and it's a Davis Cup week for the men.
Well, there really are no breaks, no rest for the wicked in this sport. It's relentless.
Emma Raducanu in Slovenia plays her first match about 8 o'clock in the evening UK time tomorrow against Diana Yastremska. She will be the top seed. It'll be the last time for some time. Backhand Alcaraz, the backhand from Ruud, it's cross court and the pass is long by Alcaraz, so it's a good love hold by Ruud, and he's going to ask Alcaraz to hold his serve if he's going to win the first set. Yeah, Raducanu's ranking is going to drop to 83 in the world tomorrow, and as a result she is not going to enjoy any first round buys or any seedings for a while, and she could play anybody in the first round, but because the draw in Slovenia was made over the weekend, she was still ranked number 11 in the world at the time, and therefore she is the top seed in that event.
There's Anne Hathaway with that thick red lipstick.
Very flattered by the round of applause she got.
You know who else we're going to get a shot of is Jerry Seinfeld.
Who's the celeb that's excited you the most by turning up throughout the fortnight? Is there anyone that you've been pleased to see here?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, either of you.
Because we don't know all of the names, you see. Is there anybody from American sport who's really impressed you?
No, not really. I'm kind of excited to see Christy Brinkley. She's here today. They'll probably go to her at some point.
Did either of the Obamas come in the end?
Michelle
came for the
Francis
Francis
Tiafoe
Alcaraz
semi-final.
Yeah.
I think that was probably...
Yeah, that was the most impressive.
Yeah.
She's done a lot for the United States Tennis Association over the years. A lot.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, players are ready.
So the serve has been holding sway in more recent games after that sequence of break points in the opening 4 games of the final, which may be good news for Carlos Alcaraz here, because as he serves and volleys, he knows if he hangs on to his serve, he'll have the first set of the final.
And it was a 113
15
serve
left.
that almost jammed Ruud, and he could have come over and hit that. But as soon as Alcaraz saw him slicing, he sprinted in, and how fast he is, made it a serve and volley.
15 love. Alcaraz onto the backhand of Ruud, serving and half volleying this time. Alcaraz, and Ruud has gone just wide as he tried to bend that around Alcaraz and hit the backhand down the line.
Those 3 breakpoint opportunities that Casper Ruud had right back at the start of this set. Maybe going to come back to haunt him, because since then he's been holding pretty comfortably, hasn't he?
30 love. Alcaraz is 2 points away from the first set. Casper Ruud at the far end as we look down from our high position here on the Arthur Ashe Stadium. Forehand return into the net from Ruud, who, if you have not watched him play, I think looks a little bit like Stuart Broad, the England cricketer. Several years younger, it has to be said. 3 set points to Alcaraz.
Please.
After 48 minutes of this men's singles final in New York. He serves down the tee and just misses his first serve. Alcaraz is not the sort of guy to lose in straight sets. He's won at least a set in every match he's played since November of last year. And he's got at least 1 set here as Ruud nets, but of course 1 set is worth nothing to him today. It's the US Open title he craves. It's the world #1 position he so desperately seeks, just like Casper Ruud. Alcaraz takes the first set 6-4, and it settled down, didn't it, Jeff and Naomi, after a very unpredictable and exciting start with all those break points. And as you said, it was Alcaraz who took his advantage and Ruud who was unable to.
Yeah, Ruud wobbled. He definitely got shaky on those break points. The ones he did save, he barely saved. He was shanking forehands, made a few unforced errors on the forehand. And Alcaraz, when he saved the break points, he did it spectacularly, driving the ball into the corner, staying aggressive. He never eased up.
Yeah, it was on the racket of Alcaraz. He hit almost twice as many unforced errors as his opponent, but he hit more than twice as many winners as well. So certainly the more aggressive of the two.
Let's hear from Alfie Hewitt then, who beat Shingo Kunieda to win the wheelchair singles title in straight sets. His first Grand Slam triumph in the singles this season, his 3rd at Flushing Meadows overall, and a 6th Grand Slam singles title in total. Gigi Salmon has been asking him why New York suits him so well.
Today everything just sort of pieced together nicely, especially in that second set. Like, that was probably one of the best sets of tennis that I've played for a very long while, and to do it in a slam final, it's just a relief for all that training to have paid off.
6 Grand Slam singles titles, as we mentioned, 15 Grand Slam doubles titles. Do you, when you win one of these, do you treat yourself? Do you buy something to give yourself a drink, to give yourself a few days? How do you reward yourself?
Well, it's been a while, so I think today the champagne will definitely have to come out. The funny thing is, I said to my girlfriend at the start of the week, we made a deal, because she went to Fifth Avenue and bought herself a Coach bag, which I was a bit surprised about. And then she said, well, if you win, will you buy me a Dior bag? And I said, yeah, sure. And I shook her hand in it. But she did say if I win also, she will jump in the fountain behind us. So a deal's a deal. If she gets in that fountain, then I'm obviously having to make a trip down to Dior in the morning. But yeah, I don't feel like that's much joy for me, really, is it? No, I'll just, do you know what, just winning a slam, it's an incredible feeling. It's amazing, and for everyone around, like, it's not just me at the end of the day. There'll be family, there'll be friends, there'll be support team here that'll be rooting for me. So we'll all enjoy it. We'll obviously have a few drinks and enjoy the what New York has to offer tonight, and then I'm on a 7 a.m. flight back home tomorrow morning.
Well done to Alfie Hewitt, the champion in the singles in New York again. Time for set 2 of the men's singles final. Jeff Tarango, Naomi Brody and David Law.
Thank you very much, Russell. Here is Casper Ruud serving down the centre. You hear the grunt of Carlos Alcaraz as he sprints to his right just to absorb that big forehand. And Ruud needs to be a little bit careful here, Naomi, that he doesn't see Alcaraz go racing off into the distance in this match.
He does. He wants to stay close to him, especially at the start of the set, because we saw both of them start holding far more comfortably as the set went on. The match started on fire. Both players just relaxing off a little bit. And Massive winner there on the forehand from Casper Ruud.
15-all.
He can hit that forehand, can't he, Ruud? It's so easy to get bewitched by the firepower of Carlos Alcaraz, 19 years of age, the speed he has around the court, the way he hits the ball. But his opponent, he's not that far off him in terms of his speed around the court and his heavy forehand. And I think perhaps over the course of his career, you could certainly say he's been the more consistent of the two. Now, obviously, Alcaraz, these are embryonic stages of his career as he hits his backhand into the net.
30.
But
15.
my feeling is, Jeff, that in a year or two, Alcaraz is going to start working out some point-winning combinations that come very easily to him and don't require him to be Superman at the back of the court. And then everybody needs to watch out.
Yeah, that's a good point, David. He does need some combinations of setting up his knockout punch, doesn't he?
Forehand hit down the line by Ruud. He's at 30-15 in the first game of the second set. Ruud moves to his left, chips his backhand at the feet of Alcaraz, who just lets it drift cross-court and wide. 30-all point here with the roof on.
I think as well we make so many comparisons between Nadal and Alcaraz, don't we? And Nadal almost got to the point actually of saying, leave the guy alone. I've had an extraordinary career, and if he wins a few slams, then he'll have done extraordinary as well. And it's hard to not make the comparisons because these records haven't been broken since Nadal made them. But Casper Ruud himself trains out of the Rafael Nadal Tennis Academy, and he has done for a long while.
That's a very good point. Yeah, he's got that work ethic, hasn't he? Yeah. He's got the Nadal-type approach to tennis, has Ruud, as he hits his forehand cross-court, and he's hit the line. Beautifully struck to move to game point. And actually, already,
40-30.
My feeling is this is a very different Ruud to the man that we saw in the French Open final a few months ago. Now, admittedly, then he was playing Rafael Nadal at Roland Garros. I mean, talk about the short straw. But he looked overwhelmed on the occasion as Ruud holds for one love.
First game, second set.
He was playing the aura of Nadal as well as the player, I think, Jeff, and the occasion. And there was a moment he looked up at his dad, Christian, in the box, and I really felt sorry for Casper Ruud. He looked humiliated, he looked scared. I don't see that so far today. He might be on the wrong end of this, but he's giving a decent account of himself already.
Yeah, and I think he will be upset with himself if he doesn't win this. If somehow Alcaraz is able to pull off this physical miracle, he will be upset with it because he knows this is an opportunity where he didn't feel like he had an opportunity against Nadal. He just looked like a kid lost in the forest.
Jeff Tarango and Naomi Brody here with the Sun 5 Sports Extra as Alcaraz hits the swinging serve out wide.
Yeah, and so far Alcaraz's out wide serve in that deuce court has been better than Ruud's. A lot more execution with it.
Both players trying to become the 28th world #1 since the rankings began in 1973. A serve and volley from Alcaraz and a lovely cut-off volley cross-court that even Ruud can't reach.
He took so much pace off that serve, Naomi, at 91.
30.
The kick came out double the size of the tram lines. By the time Ruud ran over there, Alcaraz had plenty of time to run in, cut off the angle.
That's a serve that I remember causing Novak Djokovic all sorts of trouble when they had their one and only meeting in Madrid. So they're kicking it out wide, almost putting him in the flower beds on the side of the court before hitting a cross-court forehand behind it. Game point for Alcaraz.
I'm just looking through some of the serving stats from the first set as well. Casper Ruud actually winning more points behind the second serve of Alcaraz than Alcaraz was able to win on his, but more first serves in for Alcaraz, so it's kind of the thing, isn't it? If you're not winning all that many points behind the second serve, keep your first serve percentage high, it doesn't matter.
Game, Alcaraz.
Well, he's really showing authority on that serve, as you say, Naomi. I mean,
game all.
What are the areas that he can still improve? Now, this is the voice of Alcaraz's coaching team. They get mic'd up, they're allowed to talk to their player these days, so we are getting a bit of a flavour of that, albeit I'm afraid my Spanish isn't going to help you much.
Well, you told him after the third ball, go for it this game.
Oh, Jeff.
Please.
Check Tarango out with the Spanish.
Got it.
Where'd you get
that? Time I concentrated.
Okay. Where'd you learn your Spanish?
From my father, Henry Robert Jr.
Nice. Okay, block forehand return drifts long from Ruud.
You could tell us you just said anything and we'd believe you. So
100%. Okay, we'd believe most things. No, I mean, that was more or less believable. 6-4 first set, Alcaraz. 1 game all second set. 15-love Ruud. Hits a big forehand. Somehow reached by Alcaraz, but this one's not going to be reached. Forehand punched volley cross court.
But the reason why my Spanish isn't really good is because in Los Angeles in those times,
30
you didn't want people to know you spoke Spanish. You wouldn't get into the school that I got into.
Okay. Why not?
For obvious reasons.
sounds like a fancy school.
Okay. 30-love, Ruud. Jeff Durango's with us, folks. It's 6-4 first set, Alcaraz, and it's 1 game all second set. It's a backhand return that drifts long from Alcaraz, so this is going to be 40-love.
40-love.
Ruud is just methodically going about his business and trying to figure out a way to get back into this match. I don't sense any panic. I sense he feels he's in this and that it's doable. He serves onto the forehand side, hits his backhand cross-court. Alcaraz absolutely unloading on these forehands and then hits that one long. So that's game and 2-1 for Casper.
Ruud leads 2 games to 1. Second set, first set, Alcaraz.
What I was just asking there, Naomi and Jeff, what are the areas of Alcaraz's game that could clearly be improved at this point?
Clearly, I'm at a loss. I wouldn't even know and I struggle to see what actually he can improve at all. And that's why I think he's going to be the next sort of evolution of our sport, because it is just that sort of PlayStation, Xbox tennis that you see. They hit the ball so hard, but their unforced error count doesn't match with how aggressive they're being, and then they still move like they're a defensive baseline player. They're just so well-rounded now, this next generation. And I mean, even like his serving stats, he's serving aces, almost 70% first serves. And in that first set, I would genuinely struggle. And as I say as well, for me, one of the most impressive things, he's so good up at the net. So yes, we talk about how quick he is from the back of the court. He's one of the best movers ever in this sport. He's grown up traditionally on the clay in Spain, but he's so good up at the net. He closes that net down so quickly. He loves it. And he's got that creativity in there, in his personality.
We're seeing and hearing an ovation for members,
first responders
of the first responders, the fire officers, the police department being shown on the big screen here. Of course, 9/11 here today, the commemoration of it 21 years ago, and a really moving ceremony at the start of play today. I saw the rehearsals going on very early this morning. 9 times I think they practiced the rendition of the American national anthem, and it was really something. 2-1 for Casper Ruud in the second set. The first set to Alcaraz, 6-4. He's hitting his forehand long, is Alcaraz. Jeff, is it therefore a question at this stage? He's only 19. Is it a question of deployment of all of those skills that Naomi describes? Because we have seen matches this year where he can barely put a ball in the court. I think about Alexander Zverev at the French Open, Yannick Sinner at Wimbledon. He got beaten by those guys.
Yeah, I was thinking about that during Naomi's answer. I would almost think like pacing himself better. I feel like
15.
If he's that much better than some of his opponents, he can wait till 3-all to really start going for it and kind of
Sampras style.
Yeah, be a little bit, but it's not in his personality, I don't think, to do that.
He wants to come after you all the time.
Yeah, I mean, almost like he needs to suck you in to say, oh, maybe you've got a chance, and then just rip through you for 3 games. Might be a little physically easier.
Forehand down the line from him. He lifts a lob, does Ruud. That's not going to clear the net.
Obviously, his tiebreaker play needs to improve. He lost both tiebreakers to Sinner. He lost both 15. Tiebreakers to TFO. That's something that would never happen to a Sampras or
how do you improve that?
It's a tactic. It's like playing backgammon. Just you have to play so many of them. Even in practice, maybe 2 days a week he should only play tiebreakers.
Here's Alcaraz with a forehand cross-court at 30-15. He's 1-2 down in the second set, smashing the ball away to get to 40-15.
Yeah, he was up 5-3 against one of those tiebreakers with Tiafoe, and he lost it.
15.
I think he changed sides up 4-2 in the other tiebreaker. I don't recall the score, how it went with center, but that's one little thing. But tiebreakers are huge.
I do remember you telling me years ago that either you or Sampras used to practice tiebreakers
All day long for
all the
100 pounds of breaker.
Okay, we might have to come back to that. Here's a backhand down the centre and Ruud goes long. So 2 games all. So you actually played Pete Sampras in practice at tiebreakers for $100 a tiebreaker.
6:30 in the morning, we'd get up, start playing tiebreakers indoors at Queens, and then in the afternoon, we'd play the tiebreakers on the grass.
I wouldn't have the finances to sustain that practice schedule.
Unless you were winning.
yeah, that's true.
But who are the best 2 tiebreaker winners of that year?
Pete Sampras and Jeff Tarango.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We played them all day, and then we'd play backgammon the rest of the day.
2 games all here. Here's a forehand off the back foot from Ruud. Alcaraz is coming for him again. He hits a drop shot forehand, but here comes Ruud. He chips it cross court, but down the line goes Alcaraz into the open court with a forehand.
We've not seen him use that drop shot all that much as of yet, have we, Alcaraz? We saw it kind of little bit of a sprinkling of it in the first set, but it's not only the execution of how well he hits it, but it's the timing of when he hits it, isn't it?
Yes.
Waiting until his opponent, he's got that knowledge of all times, where is his opponent in the court. As soon as Ruud drop backs, makes him pay.
Love 15 on Ruud's serve.
For 19, he possesses so many qualities that, or it seems to me, it's unteachable from that age, and he's just mastered it already.
We've seen some very interesting exchanges between him and Juan Carlos Ferrero this week. I can't understand what they're saying, but you can read the body language. I'll tell you about that in a second. Here's a forehand cross-court from Alcaraz, applied in kind by Ruud. Now he goes down the line. He's got Alcaraz on a run here. Good stuff from Casper Ruud. Backhand netted by Alcaraz.
Yeah, and you almost feel like they both have a smile on their face the whole time they're talking to each other. Like they're almost joking around about it.
Yeah, it was.
So there's no tension.
It's enjoyable, isn't it? You can see they're each enjoying it. They're both passionate, but on the same wavelength, as you say, that same energy. Yes, we're here to work hard, but as you say, always a smile on their faces. Even during the match, he looks up to him sometimes and has a laugh.
And in this particular one I was referencing, he's playing Jannik Sinner, and he's the better player, is Alcaraz, in these first 3 sets, and yet he loses 2 of them as he hits his backhand into the net. And he looks up after he loses this 3rd set tie-break against Sinner. He looks up into the box where Juan Carlos Ferrero is, as if to say, what do? I don't know what to do, as he hits his forehand down the line. Drop shot, Alcaraz. That is so close, but just wide. So Ruud gets to 30-15. And Ferrero, who is allowed to tell him what to do in that situation because coaching is now allowed.
He's shaking his head as he missed that drop shot. Juan Carlos Ferrero shaking his head at him going, do not do that again.
Ferrero looks at him and says, I'm not telling you what to do, you sort it out. And it was so funny to watch Alcaraz just being forced to kind of work it out on his own. And at the end of that next set, that Alcaraz somehow managed to win, to take it into a 5th set as a backhand goes down the line from Ruud to get it to 40-15.
It's like the baby bear getting its first kill.
Yeah.
Go do it. Go get it done.
40,
He turns
15.
around Alcaraz and puts his chin out at Ferrero as if to say, did you see what I just did? I've just discovered I can do that. And Ferrero's thinking, yeah, I know.
You're getting there, kid.
2 games all. Second set, 40-15 Ruud. Serves out wide. Forehand on the line from him. Off the back of the edge of the line. Now backhand passing shot. Cross court by Alcaraz. Wow.
I would have come in off that too, Casper. Don't worry about it.
I think he thought he was going wide, didn't he?
Yeah.
If your opponent hits the line on a passing shot, you just clap your racket and say too good. It's can't cover every inch of the court.
There's nothing you can do about that, is there, Casper?
He turned to his dad and goes, the ball just dropped out. Just dropped down on me.
40-30 still. It's for 3 games to 2 for the Norwegian, who's the 5th seed here. Alcaraz is the 3rd seed. No Novak Djokovic here at the US Open. just as there wasn't at the Australian Open. As her backhand is hit cross-court by Alcaraz. Now he whips his forehand cross-court that is met by the forehand of Ruud. Now backhand chip cross-court by Ruud. He's going to chase this down. He's going to put it on the line, but just wide with the forehand Ruud as Alcaraz attacks, and it's 40-15 back to deuce.
I thought he almost had him there. He would have wrong-footed him on the passing shot. Alcaraz scurrying across to cover Casper Ruud's cross-court forehand, but Casper not quite able to make it. It was going to be a low percentage shot, but he had to go for it.
Yes, Novak Djokovic, United States still requires visitors from overseas to be vaccinated against COVID-19, fully vaccinated, and Novak Djokovic has remained steadfast that he isn't going to do that, and said he's prepared to not play the biggest tournaments in the world if that is a requirement. So he's not here, and we'll have to wait and see whether he can play in Australia. At this moment, that's uncertain too. Here's a backhand inside out, struck by Alcaraz, who's coming in towards the net, and he's getting advantage, and this is break point.
This is trouble in paradise for Ruud right here. He's being out-sprinted early in this match, and it felt like there was a little lull there for 4 or 5 games where both players are coasting, and now Alcaraz has really turned up the heat.
Almost taken him by surprise, hasn't he? From serving from 40-15, add down now.
Break point Alcaraz, he already leads by a set to love, but Ruud's having none of that. Big serve down the centre off the frame of the outstretched forehand of Alcaraz.
No wobble there. Backs against the wall, comes up with a huge serve down the middle, right on the line.
It's 2 games all. It's deuce. Second set. Feels like a set that Ruud really is going to have to win. Serves down the centre onto the backhand. Alcaraz nets.
Advantage. Ruud.
Alcaraz is trying to take that second serve return early. Finished 4 feet in the set. Inside the baseline, but just mishit it a little bit and fizzled out on him. Had that gone over, it would have been a big problem.
I hope that Casper Ruud isn't looking up into his player box too much, because there's a lot of really nervous looking faces in his friends and his family and his girlfriend as a forehand is top-edged long by Alcaraz. That is a big hold of serve by Casper Ruud, and he says come on to himself as he sees off that break point.
Who do you think will be the next big rivalry? Do you think it'll be a group? Do you think it will be Alcaraz, Ruud and Sinner? Because so many people were talking about both Alcaraz and Sinner being the next big rivalry as we hear the crowd cheering John Bon Jovi coming up on the big screen.
Yeah, I think you've got to put Zverev in there when he's healthy. I think he's a formidable force, and like when he's on, you know, he's very tough to defend against. These players would have to adapt their game to play him. Let's see. I think Rublev has a big room for improvement.
Tsitsipas,
I'm not sure his return I don't think is as good as these guys. Something bugs me about his return I can't put my finger on. He's not that successful returning, and he does well serving, but for a top guy, he should break a lot more than he does.
Francis Tiafoe?
I think Francis should be in the conversation now. I mean, his ranking isn't in the conversation. He's like 19 or something in the world now. I mean, he has a lot of work to do to get that into the top 10.
As a rivalry, I don't know what you think, Naomi. What I saw from Jannik Sinner against Alcaraz was electrifying because of the way they can go toe-to-toe and they can do to each other what is being done to them.
Well, and it's funny because I can remember like 2.5 years ago, Paul Anacone saying that Sinner had no weapons. And here I'm watching him play.
I can't believe he said that. That's so funny because I remember watching Jannik Sinner. It must have been, I'm going to guess 4 years ago now. It was pre-pandemic, and I was on the indoor courts. I was practicing before my next tournament, and 4 or 5 courts down, and I said to my brother who I was on court with, who is that? Because he was hitting the ball harder than anyone, and it was Jannik Sinner. And I don't know if he was here for juniors. He must have been if it was that long ago, because he's, what, 21 now?
Mm-hmm. What about Jack Draper?
Oh, absolutely.
Think he could be part of that conversation in the
Certainly.
future? Obviously, it's a way off just
The
at the
year
moment.
he's been having.
But he's really made strides, hasn't he? Huge smash struck by Alcaraz, and it comes back, but it's going to bounce
Well,
wide.
he's a real threat, isn't he? I mean, he's kind of in the he can upset anyone category, Jack.
The question
Draper.
marks for me
How long can
surrounding
he sustain
Jack
it?
is his physicality.
Right.
He's already had quite a lot of injuries, and
Well, and how long can he sustain it in a tournament with 7 matches?
He's a big guy, isn't he? He's carrying a frame that
I like
some of
him
these are not
indoors
carrying.
right now. I think he could beat anybody in an indoor court.
he could have a great end to the season on the indoors in Europe.
Yeah.
Left-hander.
Yeah. Even on
Has
the
real-
outdoors, but for me, it's just becoming more robust and building that physicality that you can last a Grand Slam, as we can see Sinner and Alcaraz and Ruud can.
Yeah, they don't even look tired, do they? After all the exploits of Alcaraz, 3 5-set matches in a row, including the latest finish we've ever seen. He just looks as though he's having a good old time in the park here as he hits his forehand cross court. My word, it
big.
goes quickly, and it doesn't come back in the court. It's 30 love Alcaraz. This is pretty much unplayable.
30 love.
That was a huge forehand. It clocked around 116. And Ruud just swung his racket like he was trying to hit gnats.
Two, 3, Alcaraz. 30 love. He's got a mid-court forehand. He hits it cross-court, stays at the back. Now goes down the line with a forehand. Backhand drop shot by Ruud. Here comes Alcaraz, makes it with ease. Drop, a lob volley, hit beautifully by Ruud. It still comes back. A smash from Ruud, but Alcaraz still in the point. Now he's going to chase down another one, but even he can't get to that backhand drop shot volley. But what do you have to do to win a point against this guy?
Half the crowd are on their feet. Standing ovation for the effort, for the entertainment on display from these two men out here. He just does not let a single ball go by without chasing it down, Alcaraz, does he? There's no shot on the court that he's not at least trying to get. He never just accepts that it's going to bounce twice.
So fast.
My ankles hurt just watching him slide into a ball.
Yeah, it's very unrelatable for me. I never could even manage sliding properly on a clay court. So the way they move on the hard nowadays just blows my mind.
The good news is it's his ankles, not our ankles, so we're all right. Here's a forehand volley that he hits inside out from the middle of the court. He's put it wide on the forehand side. This is 30 all now on Alcaraz third.
Little opening here for Ruud.
30 all.
That unforced error right there. It was the right idea. Just played it too deep, too hard.
Little glimmer here for Casper Ruud. You can sometimes get seduced by the sheer highlight reel element of the rallies that Alcaraz plays, and suddenly you look at the scoreboard and actually it's a lot closer than you realise.
Well, Casper's footwork just needs to focus on extra feet right now, getting a little tangled up.
Serves down the centre onto the backhand, put down the middle, drop shot by Alcaraz. In comes Ruud, backhand cross court from him, now down the line and into the net, Alcaraz. Lovely fleet of foot from Casper Ruud, and he gets himself a break point.
I think he read that one, Casper Ruud. He was ready.
40.
Maybe just one too many drop shots in a short space of time from Alcaraz. We were saying earlier, it's not always the execution on the drop shot, but sometimes it's the timing in which you play it. And Casper Ruud not far enough there, back behind the baseline. He got up to the drop shot with plenty of time. He could still hit topspin on it. Almost treating it as a short ball.
I'll tell you what, the tickets are so expensive today that crowd wants a 5-setter. I don't think they've decided who they want to win yet.
They're going to switch each set.
Please.
Break point, Casper Ruud for a 4-2 lead here. He's way at the back of the court here, giving himself maximum room to explode into this big forehand. Now he's got a backhand cross court. He's trying to pin Alcaraz back, but Alcaraz responds. And here's a forehand drop shot from him. In comes Ruud, reaches it, lob volley, over the head of Alcaraz, who hits a backhand on the line, but long. There's the break for Casper Ruud, who celebrates and leads by 4-2 in the second set. Don't worry, folks, they're not booing. They're shouting Ruud.
Yeah, we have to make that clear every time. And I forget every single match, David. arms.
Ladies and gentlemen,
full stretch.
please,
Casper Ruud.
please, as a courtesy to both athletes, do not create any distraction or noise before the service motion. Thank you.
At least I'm assuming they were shouting Ruud.
I think they were, absolutely.
Who would they be
it was a standing ovation.
They do
yeah.
that in the hockey games.
It was good, that. 4-2. Well, what a breaker serve from 30 love down. Alcaraz turns the tables, and now he's starting to accelerate. 15 love.
Well, his adrenaline's definitely pumping. The door just opened a little bit with that forehand volley error from Alcaraz, and Ruud is completely taking advantage of it.
And interacting with the crowd, it's what they want here in New York. You need to do that to have them on your side, because you can hear how noisy they are, the impact they can have on the momentum.
A little bit of a mental let up there for Ruud on that backhand. Don't see him miss too many backhands long.
6-4 first set Alcaraz, 4-2 second set Ruud. The winner of this match is a first-time Grand Slam title winner, and the winner of this match will be the world #1 in the men's game.
Not a big deal at all.
Not a big deal at all. That has never happened before. Here's a forehand cross-court netted by Ruud.
Killer of a miss, isn't it?
Yeah, he's in the middle of the court. Could go either way with that ball and get a winner, and nets it. Just completely dumped it.
We have had some Grand Slam finals where the world #1 ranking was on the line between the two players. There have been several of them over the years. In 2014 between Nadal and Djokovic at the French Open. 2011 Wimbledon, Djokovic, Nadal as well. 1996 US Open, Sampras and Chang. Sampras won it, Chang never got to world #1. Off the top of the net from Alcaraz. Now little half volley lob, a little high backhand smash from Ruud, played exquisitely.
So frustrated with himself there, Alcaraz. Almost got away with it there on the net cord. Really defensive slice, just popped up. Changed the rhythm for Casper Ruud, who came up with a fantastic backhand smash going back behind Alcaraz. He was annoyed he didn't do more.
1992 US Open, never forget that one. Edberg against Sampras, and the winner would take over from Jim Courier as the world #1, who'd lost in the semis. Edberg had won 3 5-set matches in a row to get that far, and he ended up as the world #1.
Another break point here, David.
14.
Missed shot by Ruud, and this is 30-40, as Jeff says on the Ruud serve. He's done all that hard work to get to 4 games to 2 up.
And then gives 3 unforced errors, regulation shots too.
Break point Alcaraz. Huge serve out wide though from Ruud, gets the job done. Backhand return long.
Yes.
And the final one on my list here that I have got, Mats Wilander against Ivan Lendl in 1988, competed for the world #1 ranking and the US Open title.
Please.
Wilander won it. He won 3 Grand Slams in the year. Thanks to Alex Kennison of ESPN for those notes that he was kind enough to share with me earlier. Deuce, here's a big backhand into the net by Alcaraz, and listen to his voice, the frustration. Goodness me, Naomi, that scared the life out of me there.
We don't often hear
I don't think he missed that
any
shot.
reaction from Alcaraz.
I don't think he's missed that shot once against TFO. He made it every time, and he's missed it 3 times in the last 2 return games.
And his unforced error count's actually dropped off in this set compared to the first. But clearly frustration levels rising.
This for 5-2 for Ruud. Serves down the centre, blocked back of the forehand by Alcaraz, inside out forehand by Ruud. He's underneath a lob that's going really high. Now it lands on the baseline. Smash from Ruud is on the line. Goodness me, that must have been...
Ruud leads 5 games to 2.
Barely in, but it wasn't.
First set Alcaraz.
And that is a sensational holder serve from 30-40 down. And he leads now. 5 games to 2 does Ruud in the second set. And that's an interesting moment to see Alcaraz, Jeff, get that upset.
Well, at first I thought it was Ruud fist pumping that loudly because he'd taken control of that game back. But then I realized it was Alcaraz, the one screaming at the top of his lungs. And, you know, maybe he's cracking. I don't know.
Well, we saw Rublev jump out of his skin when Cam Norrie cracked his racket the other day, because again it's just so characteristic from Cam. Rublev was staring at him in utter disbelief that Cam had just done that, and it's almost a bit the same there. We don't really see that sort of reaction from Alcaraz, but maybe just a sign of nerves on what's on offer here in this match as well, because this is a lot, isn't it? First Grand Slam title, first time at world #1 for each of them, and I think as well, to not convert that break point there, it's going to hurt Alcaraz. Although he did nothing wrong, it's just the frustration, because in the first set, that was the really standout stat, was that Alcaraz could take his opportunity of break point and Ruud didn't. And in the second set, it's switched on its head.
Yeah, so we have exactly, that's the stat. It's Alcaraz is 1 for 6 on break points, and Ruud's 1 for 4, where that was 0 for 3 and 1 for 4 in the first set.
Time.
He's had a lot of late nights, has Alcaraz, a lot of energy expended. I mean,
I'd be a bit tired.
Do you think in any way his nerves might start to get a bit shredded really by just the, he's never done this before.
Well,
has he?
That's something we overlooked, all of us, is that physically he might not ever get tired, but mentally he might get tired.
No, it's tough to have that experience of going deep in a slam, isn't it? To hold that level of intensity physically, emotionally for the full 2 weeks. You don't know what that's like until you've done it. Casper Ruud, he said it before he walked on court in the tunnel interview. He said, I have that experience under my belt now from the French Open.
Yeah, he's a grown-up, isn't he, Ruud, as he slams his forehand into the sign on the net.
I thought it hit the ball boy in the head.
That was a bit scary for a second, wasn't it?
Such a dramatic gasp from Jeff.
I thought it hit the ball boy in the head.
He really did hit
He hit that hard, didn't he?
Yeah. So it's 5-2 to Ruud, 15-love Alcaraz here, and actually Ruud has won one more point in the match out of the two, 53 to 52. That tells you how close it is. Served down the centre by Alcaraz, who drops shots. In comes Ruud. That wasn't a very good drop shot. Backhand cross-court win by Ruud.
I think Alcaraz has just lost his tactics out here a little bit, lost his confidence in what he's trying to do. As we're saying, he's gone to that drop shot way more. I think he only played 1 or 2 in the entire first set. In this second set, I reckon that's at least 6, and they've not really been all that successful. I mean, it's midway between the net and the service line there. Casper Ruud again, thank you very much, short ball winner.
15-all. Big serve down the centre by Alcaraz, and a much more positive celebration from him. We've just seen a little bit of video from the sit-down of him kind of slamming his racket down and things that, I don't know, you don't see that often from him.
Usually winning.
Yes, that usually helps, doesn't it? The inevitable comparisons that are unfair with Nadal. You always think about how Nadal says he's never ever thrown his racket on the floor in a 17-year career. Long goes the serve of Alcaraz, and this is a concerning moment for him in this set.
Yeah, that was always my argument with my dad when he'd say, look at Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal and how tough they are mentally. They never react when they miss shots. I said, yeah, but I'm coming off with 25 unforced errors a set. They've hit 2 in their match. It's I'd be very positive if I'd only hit 2 unforced errors in my match today. It's not quite the same vibe, is it?
some of us.
Keep dumping my forehand in the bottom of the net. I'd like to see how positive they'd be with my game style.
It's definitely the racket's fault too.
Some of us are old enough. Some of us are old enough to remember Roger Federer throwing a few rackets in his time as well. Here's a forehand hit down the line by Alcaraz, and wide goes the backhand from Ruud.
40-30.
Federer said that when he was 19, the age of Carlos Alcaraz, he said it was like helicopters. There were so many rackets flying around in his game.
You can still see videos of that online. I think you have to maybe look on YouTube.
Yeah.
When he had his long hair in a ponytail.
Right. That's right. Backhand down the centre by Ruud. Forehand hit down the middle by Alcaraz, who's got game point to narrow the gap a little bit in the second set. He won the first set 6-4, but he's 5-2 down. He's just missed a backhand. This is back to Juice.
And that's one thing that Ruud wasn't able to do that whole first set that he lost, was get from 30-40 down on Alcaraz's serve back to deuce. In this set, he's done it twice.
Thank you.
The roof is on, which will tell you why the echoey sound is all around when the players grunt. And that's because it's raining outside a lot. Here's a backhand on the centre by Ruud, backhand cross-court by Alcaraz. Now he whips his forehand cross-court, reached by Ruud cross-court with his forehand. He's playing a very canny sport. Here is Ruud, and he's winning another point, and he's got set point. This is excellent from Ruud.
Advantage.
In the first set, I was saying how many more winners and unforced errors Alcaraz has played than Ruud, saying it's completely on his racket, and in this set, it's dipped off massively. Both the unforced errors and the winner count for Alcaraz. Just, again, it's almost like he's lost his way a little bit, throwing those drop shots in, not sticking to the same tactic as he was doing.
Naomi Brody alongside Jeff Tarango here inside our commentary box in the Arthur Ashe Stadium on 5 Sports Extra. It's set point to Casper Ruud of Norway. This to level this match, this best of 5 set match, this final at 1 set all. Forehand return from a deep position netted by Ruud. That was an unforced error.
Yes.
Yeah, and a bad unforced error. Break point, got to get the ball in play.
Ruud just reboots, leans forward, 2 hands on the racket. Deuce point now. Massive serve by Alcaraz and a middle return by Ruud with the 2 hands, but not required because it was long. Pretty packed house inside the Arthur Ashe Stadium. 23,000 people plus here. Double fault Alcaraz off the top of the net. He's rocking a bit here, you know.
It's tough to maintain that level he was playing the first set, and then he did it all the way till 2-0 in the second. The ebbs and flows of tennis doesn't escape Alcaraz.
This for 1 set all. Alcaraz tries to serve down the centre, but long. And things just are not working at the moment. He looks a little unsure of himself suddenly. Ruud, though, totally at ease with what he's doing. Drop shot Alcaraz. Here comes Ruud. He'll reach it. Backhand cross court. Lob lefted by Alcaraz. Smashed away by Casper Ruud, who levels the men's singles final at the US Open at 1 set all. And this is very much game on inside the Arthur Ashe Stadium. 6-2, and that does not flatter Casper Ruud. That was an excellent set of tennis he played, and Alcaraz was rocking there.
And Carlos Ferrero, he's been shaking his head on every single time he's drop shotted. He's been shaking his head at his student, and he's just gotten up and left the stadium. Oh no, he didn't. It was somebody sitting next to him.
Starting rumours, Jeff.
Jeff, troublemaker.
Second serve points won in that set. Just 40% of second serve points won behind Alcaraz's serve, and it just shows how much more aggressive Casper Ruud was being. But I just think he lost his way a bit, actually. Alcaraz with his tactics, you could see he was kind of bailing out of the points quite early, going for the drop shot, not sticking to what was working in the first set. Would he potentially, Jeff, be trying to conserve energy?
Who?
Alcaraz in that letting the set go when he went a break or two down?
I don't think so. I think he's just, like you said, just lost his way, lost his concentration. He snapped a little bit, and you know he's having a hard time regrouping. And
because some of the guys do, right, in the 5 sets.
Yeah.
Well, if they're a double breakdown, they let the set go and
if you're mortal,
go again.
Yeah, if you're mortal, you do. Yeah. But it's interesting. I mean, we didn't know how or what the weaknesses or what to work on for Alcaraz, and here we're seeing a little bit of a crack mentally, and it's just, my mother would say, if you don't stop drop shotting, you're not going to get dinner tonight.
Oh.
So that's your tactic there, Juan Carlos.
The pushy tennis parents aren't just on the female side of things.
Goodness me. Jeff Tarango alongside Naomi Brody. Russell Fuller rejoins us for set number 3. Interesting. isn't it?
Beautifully poised. And wasn't that impressive by Casper Ruud? Because he played a pretty decent first set. I know he missed some opportunities, but he wasn't playing badly, was he? And he just didn't panic. He hung in there, and his quality showed in that second set, as Alcaraz did start to miss a little bit more. But Ruud's been playing at a really good level throughout. And that's why I think we feel he's ready to win a Grand Slam. Whether it's today or not, we shall see.
Good to serve.
That's what we're here to see. Is if that who's going to do it.
Please, ladies and gentlemen,
It's so exciting that
take your
there's so
seats
many
quickly.
points on the line.
Thank you.
And so much on the line for both these players. Gosh, that first Grand Slam means so much.
Carlos Alcaraz took the first set by 6-4, but what a response from Casper Ruud, taking the second by 6-2. And the Norwegian will serve first here as they begin the third set after an hour and 32 minutes. Forehand hit cross-court by Ruud. The forehand by Alcaraz. Backhand Alcaraz. The backhand volley from Ruud, which sits up for Alcaraz, and he hammers it straight into the Norwegian's midriff from where he can't make the volley.
A nice big apology there at the end, though. I don't think either of these two, I couldn't imagine them getting into an argument out there on court. Both so respectful of their opponents, even when you have just fired a ball straight at the other one.
Needed to win the first point of the third set,
Yes,
obviously.
sometimes it's the
Alcaraz.
right shot.
Well, Ruud kind of guessed the right way, and it came a lot harder than he thought. Close range.
Second serve for Ruud, love 15 down. Forehand return Alcaraz, backhand from Ruud. Alcaraz with the forehand to the backhand of Ruud. Forehand Alcaraz, again swinging it towards the backhand of Ruud, who has missed. And already an opening for Alcaraz. He has
30.
this advantage on the Ruud serve.
Ruud put so much mentally and physically into taking that second set, especially that game to go up 4-2 in the second set. Just a little bit of a mental break. See if he can get it back here. Love 30. His opponent's pretty tough, so it might not be an easy task.
Forehand reply from Alcaraz. Ruud has missed with his backhand cross-court, and these are 3 break points immediately in the opening game of the third set for the 19-year-old.
This is a sloppy first game, isn't it? After you've just worked so hard to get that second set, you've been absolutely nails, given your opponent nothing. And then you come out and you're at immediate risk of being a breakdown and having so much work to do to try catch back up.
It really does happen quite frequently, doesn't it? Even the very best players in the world are guilty of it. And Casper Ruud is certainly one of those. Can he move from 7 to 1 in the rankings at just one US Open? Right now, thinking about trying to save 3 break points with a second serve. He's pushed that to the back of the service box. Alcaraz with the forehand. Ruud slices the backhand onto the Ruud forehand. Backhand from Ruud. Forehand Alcaraz. Ruud doing all the running, goes cross-court with a forehand, and that was a brilliant recovery. And Alcaraz just pushes that half volley
40.
into the net.
I think that was the type of shot Casper Ruud's dad was trying to communicate to him as Alcaraz comes forwards to try and get the ball down low. He did it with an angle there as well. It made it an incredibly tricky volley for Alcaraz, who has been absolutely nails up at the net so far in this match, winning 18 of 21 points up there.
Still 2 break points for Alcaraz.
First serve.
Two serves to come. Forehand return Alcaraz. Ruud's backhand. Alcaraz will hit the forehand powerfully down the line. Again, it's excellent defense from Ruud. His forehand is cross-court. Alcaraz down the line with a forehand to the backhand of Ruud. Ruud now is being worked into his backhand corner. Low volley from Alcaraz is wide. He's just lost his footing, but again, that was all about the quality of that dipping reply by Casper Ruud.
He smacked his racket into the net after he missed that. He'd been making those, didn't miss one of them in the first set. And they're just trying to do way too much with it. Very upset at himself.
He's like he's trying to overplay, isn't it? And
yeah.
I actually think it makes it tough for Ruud because has he done much different after that first set, or is it Alcaraz that's lost his way? there's not much feedback for Casper to say, okay, I'm gonna replay that point again. That's the shot he doesn't like.
He starts the third break point though, Alcaraz. Cross court with the backhand. Big forehand from Ruud. Alcaraz cross court with the forehand. And the forehand down the line from Ruud. It's a shot into mid-court by Alcaraz with slice. Now the forehand from the Spaniard. The defensive backhand slice from Ruud to the back of the court. Another slice backhand from Ruud, who's break point down for a third time. Now the drop shot from Alcaraz. Ruud into the net. Alcaraz needed that. He celebrates the break in the opening game of the third set.
And 1 out of 8 drop shots worked, and he gets the break. That's where you were saying, Naomi, it's the investment. Nobody would have thought he'd try that again.
It was a bit better timing, that one, I feel like, as well, though. The rally had been extended. He'd kind of pushed Casper back deep into that backhand corner. He'd stuck him in there with those big, heavy inside-out forehands before going to the drop shot. I felt like in the second set, especially towards the end of that second set, he was just going for them so early on. Just needs to find that balance a bit more, doesn't he? Because you want to keep doing it as Casper drops back deep behind that baseline. You don't want to let him have that comfort.
And the threat of it keeps him tied in.
Yeah.
Alcaraz with the break. Ruud really could have driven Alcaraz to distraction if he managed to save all 3 break points there. We saw the brief flash of anger as Alcaraz hit his racket into the net, but he'll be encouraged by that break of serve, and a forehand down the line gives him the first point of game number 2 of the third set here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Sounds, Jeff Tarango and Naomi Brody are with me in the commentary box.
Please.
Alcaraz serving at 15 love, and he leaves the return from Ruud as he was coming forward, threatening to serve and volley. 30 love to Alcaraz. He's only beaten 1 top 10 player in Grand Slams, although he's not been playing them for very long, and that was the 5th set tiebreak win over Stefanos Tsitsipas last year here in New York. Forehand long by Ruud. Good serving again by Alcaraz.
It's almost like Ruud doesn't know what to do when the guy's serving and volleying. He doesn't know where to put the return because he's so used to taking that full swing and hitting it so hard and deep that now he's thinking, geez, the guy's got a decent volley. He's making them. That adjustment just isn't coming.
40 love. Ruud is yet to beat a top 10 player at a Grand Slam. His backhand down the line, just flicking the tape on the way past. Now a drop shot from Ruud, and he can play them too. Reached by Alcaraz inevitably. The lob from Ruud is a clever one. Alcaraz running back, half volley, Ruud winner!
Wow, what another spectacular highlight point.
It's almost like a kind of
40,
smash.
15.
Such a high forehand, almost an overhead on the bounce smash from the lob of Alcaraz. Managed to get it down to the feet of Casper Ruud. I actually thought that was going to be enough. Managed to come up with a drop shot, half volley from behind him. Casper Ruud, just ridiculous in the slow-mo.
40-15 still for Alcaraz in the second game of this set, and an ace.
Alcaraz.
And he leads 2 love.
Alcaraz leads 2 games to love. Third set.
Under the roof here in the Arthur Ashe Stadium on BBC Sounds, final commentary for you from the US Open of 2022. Team competitions to come, Davis Cup, Billie Jean King Cup, year-end championships. Lots still to play for in the last couple of months of the tennis season, with the next Grand Slam in Melbourne in the middle of January. Ruud serving now. Love 2 down, having won that second set by 6 games to 2. Alcaraz is backhand. The Ruud forehand cross-court. Alcaraz cross-court and right into the corner with the forehand and just long from Ruud.
And Ruud's really the one struggling for questions. Now he's not going to the side of the box that his dad's at to get his towel this time. He's going to the opposite side. He doesn't want to hear anything about it.
I was going to say, maybe a polite way of saying I don't want any coaching right now.
His dad did say that he thinks he listens when he gives him a few pointers during play, because he sometimes looks a little bit irritated, and anybody who's had a child knows that look. But he thinks that the message sinks in, but the message is going to be harder to get across at the moment, as explained. That's an Alcaraz backhand into the net.
Yeah, the patience that you need to have to be a tennis parent is quite trying.
Christian, his dad, started coaching him properly from the age of around about 11. That was when Casper decided that he really wanted to give this sport a go. He'd been playing a lot of football and ice hockey and golf up until then. And then there was a Spanish coach on board for a couple of years. Deep return by Alcaraz. His drop shot into the net. Ruud saw that one coming, but didn't need to play another shot. And when the Spanish coach
30-15
went on to pastures new, that was the point where Casper said to Christian, I'd really like you to coach me full time. And he had been dealing with a lot of the logistics anyway, and keeping an overview of his son's career.
So with the whole family based at the Rafa Nadal Academy?
And then the Rafa Nadal Academy came a little bit later. The lob from Alcaraz is perfect. One of his sisters has certainly trained there, but I think Casper Ruud felt that she'd probably started a little bit too late and wasn't quite going to make it. And the other sister, last time I remember Casper Ruud talking about this, was training to be a nutritionist.
Oh.
30 all. Ruud serving. Must hang on to his serve here. He's love 2 down in the third set. Carlos Alcaraz hits the backhand cross-court. Long Ruud with the backhand down the line, and this is a break point for Alcaraz for a 3-love double break advantage.
Wow. A double break. That would really open this up. Ruud has to fight through this game, just like Jabeur had to last night. Down love 3 in the second, triple break point.
Good serve from Ruud. He's got a mid-court ball and he's hit that safely away, hitting in behind Alcaraz to his backhand side, and the break point has duly been saved.
And I feel like, again, because it's completely on the racket of Alcaraz, the first set, you know, way more winners, way more unforced errors. The second set, he dropped his level entirely. Casper Ruud not particularly then, you know, implementing a specific tactic that he can now fall back into, as Alcaraz now raising his level again. Casper's just kind of having to tread water.
Forehand from Ruud, hit very hard onto the baseline. Now he's got a much shorter ball. Alcaraz with the forehand, just long down the line. Yeah, that is a fair point. It's
not like he got any feedback from that second set of the tactic that was really working, that he can try and fall back into now in this third set, as Alcaraz is looking to make a move and put some scoreboard pressure on.
He just has to be consistently excellent, doesn't he?
Really. Consistently perfect.
Stay steady, yeah.
Ruud has the advantage now, after an hour and 45 minutes inside this Arthur Ashe Stadium. Ruud serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. It's just wide, so that break point is saved, and that means that we still have a contest in this third set. At least that's the way it appears, because it's just one break of serve in favour of Alcaraz.
Well, and the reason why Ruud needed that game so badly is to keep that score pressure on Alcaraz in case he wavers at all. Then it's back even. This third set is so important in a 3 out of 5 set match. So important. And you can't really just let it slide. You can't just really go down 3-0 double breaks, because then it makes it hard, because the other, your opponent can then relax a little bit and still win the set. So they're fresh for the next set. You have to keep, because that coming in here, we said that Ruud's biggest chance is if Alcaraz gets tired. So you can't just let off and give an easy set.
Yeah, he's got to keep at it all the way through. Casper Ruud, if he's going to become the US Open champion, he'll have to come from a breakdown in this third set, trailing by 2-1. He's a pretty decent golfer, Casper Ruud. You're not a big fan of watching instructional golf videos in your spare time, clearly, Naomi, but I think he beats Dad more often than Dad beats him these days.
Yeah, he's massively into his golf, Casper, isn't he? And I feel like if he maybe wasn't a tennis player, that would be the sport he'd probably head into, because it definitely seems to be a big passion of his. He actually said over the grass season, grass is a surface meant for golf, not for tennis.
They played at Winged Foot, not too far from here, just before the US Open. Christian and Son.
Hopefully he'll start getting access to some really nice courses, especially the more he speaks about it.
Thank you.
The sport,
Ladies and gentlemen, players are ready.
How much he loves it.
Yeah, don't think he's going to need to ask too many questions. And I dare say he could afford the green fee anyway. 2-1. Lights are on inside the stadium. The roof is closed. Carlos Alcaraz is serving. He's hitting a forehand. And he's won the first point. He's just 19 years of age, remember. First Grand Slam singles final. Will he become only the second teenage male Grand Slam singles champion since Pete Sampras won the US Open title here in 1990? Will he become the first ever teenage male #1? Those rankings have been in existence since August 1973. So we're talking 49 years. Leighton Hewitt, the youngest, at 20 years and 9 months. So he's got a lot of time to set the record for the youngest ever world #1 on the men's side. Big hitting on the forehand here from Ruud, who's coming forward now and hitting straight down the centre. Alcaraz moves quickly, gets himself into a position where he looks ready to return, but realised that was past him and the point was lost.
Yeah, he did a pirouette almost to try to turn around and get that shot. Amazing dexterity behind the baseline, inside the court, and the speed of Alcaraz. It's intimidating enough.
15-all. Backhand return from Ruud, very deep, well dug out by Alcaraz. Ruud is giving it a big swing from the back of the court. Alcaraz cross-court with a forehand. Forehand from Alcaraz down the line. He's coming forward now. The volley is wide and he's hit the net again for the second time with his racket, right underneath the umpire's nose.
I think he has to be careful with these little bursts of anger, not only because obviously he doesn't want to break the net, but the New York crowd will turn against him. They don't really like to see when the players are acting out.
Yeah, you won't normally get a warning for that, would you?
No.
You normally need to break the racket, and you're unlikely to do that against the net. If he takes it out on the net post, that might be a different matter.
Or the umpire's chair.
Yes. Not that you get a ban for that, but at least Alex Zverev didn't.
He got secretly suspended. It was a probation he was put on.
Yeah, well, he's still on that probation, isn't he? But he's been injured for much of the spell, hoping to return in the Davis Cup for Germany next week.
Does the probation pause whilst he's out injured?
No, I don't believe it does. 15-30. Ruud threatening to get the break back, and he has a couple of break points against the Alcaraz serve. Alcaraz putting a forehand into the net, and we're seeing examples of stress, and you'd expect that. He's 19, it's a first Grand Slam final, and the fatigue must be playing a part as well. That wasn't, not blaming that forehand into the net for the tiredness, but generally when we're tired and stressed, we do get angry and irascible.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're seeing in the last few games from Alcaraz here.
I never
finds himself
did.
15-40 down. Obviously, you are an angel, Jeff. You can still see the halo above your head. The volley from Alcaraz is beautifully done. Serving and volleying his way out of trouble, he hopes. He saved the first of 2 break points.
That serve and volley is becoming more prevalent. He's doing it more and more, and quite successful at it. Just missed that one forehand volley at 2-3 in the second set that opened it up for Ruud. So he's got to be careful with those volleys because they look so easy, but they're not.
Can Ruud take this second break back chance? Second serve. Break point down for a second time, Alcaraz. Backhand return from Ruud cross court. Alcaraz into the net. Ruud is back on serve in this third set.
2 games all, third set.
And again, Casper Ruud just holding his level steady, waiting for his opponent's level to drop off. It's exactly what's happened. Maybe the fatigue, as you say, not quite getting his legs down there to the ball. Alcaraz dropping the backhand into the net, but again, it's those breakpoint opportunities that's proving to be the key stat here in this set. Casper Ruud taking 1 from 2, and Alcaraz in this third set only taking 1 from 4. He could have had that extra break cushion, wasn't able to get it.
Well, he's been up against it so many times in this US Open, Carlos Alcaraz, as he returns on the forehand and gets a free point from Ruud, who's missed from the back of the court. And he's come through every time. Breakdown in the 5th set against Marin Cilic, still winning in the 4th round. Saving a match point, recovering from a breakdown in the 5th to beat Yannick Sinner over 5 hours and 15 minutes in the quarterfinal. And then he was the better player against Francis Tiafoe. But we're still there, taken into a 5th set by the American. Forehand from Ruud, down the line. The backhand from Alcaraz. Ruud's forehand cross-court beats Alcaraz. He just gets an edge and toes it into the crowd.
All right, Russell, I've got a trivia question for you. You can't look it up now. But who's the last male player to come back at the U.S. Open after being down match points?
In a final?
In the tournament.
Ah, I do know the answer to that question.
You do?
We'll let Naomi have a ponder, shall we?
Russell, you could have just said the right answer.
15 all.
I would assume it was at this tournament.
It was, and it was against a British player. There's a clue. Saved a match point against a British player. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Ruud is attacking and having to make a second volley, and this one is a secure one in the corner, and he moves to 30-15. And I think these are clearly very dangerous moments for Carlos Alcaraz.
I think you're going to have to put us out of our misery, Russell.
Both players coming into the net a lot more. That shows that they're both showing a little bit fatigued, but they also want to shorten the points.
You know him very well.
I know, but I can't think who it is.
You've known him since he was about 7, I think.
Is it ever?
Yeah. 2016, wasn't it, Jeff? 3rd round against Stan Wawrinka. Wawrinka saved a match point and went on to win the title. Backhand reply from Alcaraz. The backhand from Ruud, who has 30-15. Can he move 3-2 in front in this third set? Big forehand onto the sideline by Ruud.
I think he thought he was going wide, Alcaraz.
40-15.
It was going too quick for him to have been able to get any sort of defensive shot on it anyway, but the close call comes. And hear the gasp from the crowd.
A half of a millimeter. Alcaraz doesn't quite believe what he sees right there.
It's a hard pill to swallow, isn't it, that one? It almost makes it worse when you see the close call replay.
40-15. Ruud into the net. Second serve, forehand reply, Alcaraz hooks cross-court. Ruud cross-court with a forehand, and it's long from Alcaraz, who won the first 2 games of this set, having lost 4 in a row at the end of the second set. But he's now lost 3 in a row. It is still on serve, but Ruud is looking in an increasingly good position here, in front on the scoreboard, leading 3-2 in the third set.
Oh, what a good song. And as they play it, the main man himself, Rick Astley, is put on the big screen.
He's aged gracefully, hasn't he? I think.
Yeah.
Wearing his glasses, a little bit of grey hair.
Typical men, you all just look better with age. Why is that?
Do you think so?
I do. I think men age more gracefully, which I'm probably going to get a lot of angry messages for saying that on air, but I do. David Beckham, for example, I think he looks better now than when everybody was so excited about him when he was a footballer.
Could that also be because society judges women more harshly?
Absolutely, Russell, and thank you so much for saying that.
I'm just trying to dig you out of trouble.
I can say it about my own sex, can't I? I can say about my own gender.
It's certainly easier to say it about your own sex or your own
He looks
country.
great though, Rick Astley, as you say. He looks very smart as well. He's kind of gone for the suit, but kind of cool, casual suit with the...
Yeah, well, I was
glasses
looking
and-
at him there, and I thinking I could see him on the tennis channel. I could see him presenting on the tennis channel or
Yeah.
being a pundit on the tennis channel. He looks like he knows his
I
stuff.
didn't realise he was so big in the States. Is he British, Rick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is Rick Astley big in the States, Jeff?
Yeah, he is. Did you notice how I'm trying to stay out of this conversation?
Well, when we were looking for an example of a man growing old gracefully, your name obviously didn't crop up, unfortunately. But you were drinking a green smoothie at breakfast time, so it's not as if you're not
Celery.
trying. That's a nice serve and volley again from Alcaraz. He's 2-3 down on serve in the third set,
15 left.
1 set all.
I have to say that's not an acquired taste. Those celery.
Celery is one of the only foods I don't like. You know, is it any
juice it.
easier to eat as a juice?
I'm surprised how much celery they actually put in to get that juice out. I mean, that's incredible.
Does it still taste of celery though as a juice?
They put a lot of other stuff in there so
Okay.
you don't taste it.
15 love, Alcaraz. Ruud from the very back of the court, from a long way behind the baseline, hits his backhand, but Alcaraz has drilled one down the line.
30 love.
.30 love. Around about 23,000 by the looks of things inside this stadium.
Wow.
As Alcaraz serves and volleys again. The lob from Ruud and a smash from Alcaraz.
It's another cat and mouse point.
40.
Alcaraz hasn't won those points in the last few games, and that might turn his mentality around, that he's able to win one of the cat and mouse points. Ruud's been doing a great job.
Maybe that's why he's lost his confidence, because normally that's his forte, isn't
Right.
it? All those crazy points that you see is just full of highlight reels.
40 love as Alcaraz serves, stays at the back of the court this time, hits a forehand cross court. Ruud with a forehand cross court. Alcaraz down the line and long.
Just stretching out his
40,
back a little
15.
bit there, Alcaraz, as he missed that final forehand down the line.
.40-15. This will be a very good service hold for him, having lost 3 games in a row.
Stop the bleeding.
Essential for him, having lost the second set 6-2.
Please.
.40-15, a second serve from Alcaraz, a forehand reply from Ruud. It's on to Alcaraz quickly. Backhand, cross-court Alcaraz. Ruud's backhand, just
Game.
long.
Alcaraz.
Well, that's a very
3
big
games
hold.
old.
Brings
Third
this
set.
match completely even. It's an hour and 59 minutes into this, Russell, and I said 2 hours and 10 minutes, so I'm a little off.
Yeah, is your prediction on the winner changed? Are you still backing Casper Ruud to win this match?
I've been getting so much flack from home. The guys are calling me. I'm getting death threats. They're like, you said Alcaraz was going to win. You said it. You said it before you left home.
Shouldn't hang out with those gamblers. What about you, Russell? Are you still going with Ruud?
I'm still going with Ruud in 4. That was the prediction.
Yep, you said that this morning.
A little bit more confident than I was at the start of the
15
show as
Ah.
Ruud wins the first point. Well, only because he's coming back strongly.
So your
And
confidence
it's
has gone up.
following the pattern I thought it might, but I'm absolutely not going to be at all surprised if Alcaraz still wins this in 4, because he has so much ability. It's breathtaking to watch him play, but I think he's definitely rocking a little bit here. If Ruud can play a really strong conclusion to this third set, it's going to ask a lot of Carlos Alcaraz. And it would ask an enormous amount to come back from 2 sets to 1 down. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here as Ruud hits the forehand onto the sideline down the line, and that's into the net on the run by Alcaraz.
Well, I went for
30
4
left.
hours and 11 minutes, my estimate for this match was. So we're right on track for me. We're heading towards a 5-setter, although I am losing confidence in my prediction of Alcaraz to be the winner, because I do think he looks fatigued
He
today.
does, no question, in the last 15-20 minutes in particular, and I suppose actually in that second set as well there were signs.
I've not seen him eating anything at the changeover, have you? Maybe I'm going to try and pay more attention.
No, but I haven't been watching very closely, if
Yeah.
I'm honest. 3-all, 30 love. Ruud with the first serve into the net. Second serve, backhand Alcaraz. Forehand from Ruud. Backhand Alcaraz into the net.
Yeah, and that's the kind of unforced error he wasn't making at the beginning of this match. That backhand right there, he usually just muscles that cross court 5, 6, 7 times before even starting the point. So a quick point by Ruud, very helpful.
Let for serve.
.40 love. Ruud leads. 4-set win over Karen Hachanov in the semi-finals. Closed out the first set on a tiebreak on a 55-shot rally. .40 love. Second serve, double fault Ruud.
I've not seen too many doubles.
40,
Is that the kind of point that you can go look up in some kind of library?
The 55-shot rally? Yeah. The library that is called social media.
Is it? All right. Because that point was amazing, and everybody should watch it.
It was incredible.
Let for serve.
David Law had the privilege of commentating on that. I remember commentating on a point of similar length between Andy Murray and Borna Coric in the first game of a Davis Cup tie in Umag in 2013. Borna Coric was about 9 at the time, and he was the big future of Croatian tennis, and it was a 55-56 shot rally. Short return from Alcaraz, forehand winner from Ruud, he holds to 15.
New balls, please.
Yeah, I was trying to hold my breath while David was announcing that point. And because it was set point, you know, because then he's going to go on after that if the set's over. So I was just trying to hold. I couldn't hold my breath the whole point. Actually had to take a couple breaths.
It was an absolutely spectacular rally. Well worth a look.
So now, Ruud's been pressing. Got back into this set, was down 2 love. Can he get an early break? Can he get this break for a quick set here? This is the game that he wants. He's trying to get a power bar or something down there.
Interestingly as well, Alcaraz still really struggling for points behind his second serves.
Yeah.
Is Ruud being that aggressive? Have we not really picked up on that? Because he's only won 1 point behind his second serves in this set.
And it was a serve and volley, I think, wasn't it? And he maybe needs to do that more on the second serves because Ruud's so far back that he can't get it around Alcaraz when he serves and volleys.
Yeah.
So I think he should employ that tactic.
Yeah, it's interesting that Ruud does that on the returns, isn't it? He stands in close to the baseline for the first serve when most players would do the opposite. Most players would stand further back and give themselves extra time. But as the balls hit flatter, even though it's coming faster, Ruud wants to step up and take that one. And then when the ball's going to be kicking up high, that's when he shuffles right the way back and stands
almost
back
out
with
of the screen, right?
Yeah.
Time.
4-3, Casper Ruud leads. US Open title, world #1 ranking on the line. First time there's been a Grand Slam men's final with 2 players who've never been world #1 before competing for world #1, which I'm not sure is that surprising really. But I thought that just about made the cut when I was making my notes. Some statistics, I think that's a ridiculous statistic, but I thought that one was worthy of inclusion.
I suppose, yeah, I think I'd have thought maybe before the big 3. We've just been, it's just hard to imagine anything before the big 3 now.
Yes, I wonder how frequently the #1 ranking will change. It could be that Carlos Alcaraz, as many people think, dominates and becomes world #1 for a long time. I'm sure Novak Djokovic will be world #1 again. Rafa Nadal could well be by the end of the year too. Forehand from Alcaraz. It's 4-3. It's Ruud's advantage. It's a slice backhand from Ruud. Another slice backhand from the Norwegian. The forehand from Alcaraz right onto the baseline. And a lovely little push down the line by Ruud. And the tweener is wide by Alcaraz, but that really took the Spaniard by surprise.
Now that slice just came from around
15.
outside the court and curved in. It looked like it was going out the whole way until it landed. And Alcaraz had to play a trick shot to try to get it back. And that's another cat and mouse point that he's lost. All tournament, he's been making those kind of shots and getting back in the point and then somehow winning it.
Love 15 down, Alcaraz. Second serve down the tee, serving and volleying. Forehand reach by Ruud. It's a lob. It's a good one, but it's just a little bit too long. But it did have Alcaraz worried there for a while.
He's almost happy, Casper Ruud, to just sit back as well, isn't he? And absorb the pace that Alcaraz is hitting at him. And then as Alcaraz does try to make that move up at the net, as we saw in the first point, just put him in an uncomfortable situation.
It's getting easier to put him in an uncomfortable situation. The first set, Alcaraz was making all of those balls.
Thank you.
Maybe just starting to be a step slow as well.
15 all. 3-4. Carlos Alcaraz serving. Only turned 19 in May. His second serve.
Second serve.
Catches the tape. A let is called by umpire Nico Helvert. This serve is onto the forehand of Casper Ruud. The backhand by Carlos Alcaraz onto the forehand of Ruud, and that's another error. Backhand cross court and wide by Alcaraz.
And it does make a difference when you start to fatigue, only by a few percent. He's not out there sort of hunched over trying to catch his breath, Alcaraz, is he? But even if it's just 5 or 10% in his legs that don't have that same energy, and you are just half a step slow, you're not bending quite as much. You know, it's the legs that give you that stability. And by being on balance for each and every shot, you're far less likely to miss. So if he's not got that today that he's had the rest of the fortnight, he's going to feel the difference.
15-30, backhand reply from Ruud, forehand from Alcaraz, it's a winner. This set feels increasingly important to Alcaraz.
Yeah, I think it's going to be massive.
30 all. He was a break up, but he's still very, very much in it here if he can get out with this service game. A level at 4 games all. Big serve into the net. Backhand from Ruud.
That was a big serve. Alcaraz trying to get that energy level back up. That's what he needs. He needs to get the crowd into it. He needs to get that electricity going.
The adrenaline.
Yeah.
Please.
Game point after 2 hours and 9 minutes for Alcaraz. Forehand from Ruud. Alcaraz with the forehand. Ruud's backhand cross court. It's a miscue. It's into the net. And Alcaraz does hang on again. 4 games all. Third set.
4 games all. Third set.
I actually think this set's going to be massive for him, Russell. I think if he loses it, Alcaraz, I think it's going to be a really tough task for him. He's seeing big Vamos's big fist pumps right now over to his box, but he's definitely looking more fatigued than we've seen him, and understandably so, because that was going to be the big question mark, wasn't it, for him coming into this final after how much he's played.
1 set all, 4 games all. It's Ruud serving now. The forehand is long by Alcaraz. Ruud has just got to keep going steadily, consistently. A lot on his mind as well, with this first Grand Slam title to be won. Forehand return from Alcaraz is long, so another good serve, and Ruud moves to 30 love.
30 love.
Of course, Ruud would like an easy hold here, so he's just not threatened. He hasn't been threatened in a while on his serve.
No.
Broken in the opening game of the set and had to fight off another break point in the third game, let's not forget. But as you say, after that he's been a lot more comfortable, and he has 30 love here. This is second serve. Forehand from Alcaraz. Ruud's forehand onto the baseline. Forehand from Ruud, attacking the Alcaraz backhand. The volley from Ruud. Alcaraz down the line. Another volley from Ruud, and a winning volley from Alcaraz cross court. And he wants to hear a little bit more noise from the Arthur Ashe crowd.
Wow, listen to this crowd, and they're getting behind Alcaraz. The consensus, same thing we are.
15.
Alcaraz had no problem getting up to that drop volley. And he wins another cat and mouse point. 2 in 2 games.
Thank you. Players are ready.
(30-15) Ruud, who serves into the net. The French Open runner-up rocking back, hitting a second serve to the backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand Ruud, forehand Alcaraz. Ruud with the backhand cross-court. Alcaraz goes cross-court with the backhand. Ruud again going cross-court with the backhand. Who's going to blink first? It's Alcaraz making room for a forehand now, and he has forced the error from Ruud, who's gone long with the backhand from behind the baseline, and suddenly there is hope for Alcaraz in this game because it's 30-all, with the third set very much in the balance.
Ruud up 30-love in this game. Looked like he was cruising. And all of a sudden, just the fire from Alcaraz and the crowd involvement, making Ruud a little wobbly.
The 30-all point. The first serve escapes Casper Ruud. Second serve, forehand reply from Alcaraz, backhand from Ruud. Alcaraz hits the backhand cross-court. Ruud cross-court with the backhand, more depth and power on that. A forehand now from Alcaraz, plenty of power on that one, and Ruud down the line with a forehand. Good defense from Alcaraz. Ruud stepping inside the baseline with a big forehand. Now the volley from Ruud. It's onto the Alcaraz backhand. It's a lob. It's a smash from Ruud. It's another backhand from Alcaraz, and it's a winning volley surely from Ruud. No, Alcaraz has got another one, but he's just gone wide and he's flat on his stomach in the stadium. That seemed impossible that Carlos Alcaraz could ever get a racket on that ball.
He flat out dove for it, became completely horizontal, and just landed on his belly. And I thought for a chance that was going in. So did Ruud. He started running for it.
Over 20,000 people on Arthur Ashe.
13.
I think giving the guy who lost the point the standing ovation, actually, just for the sheer effort he just gave in that point.
That's the replay you're hearing. You've not missed anything.
And again, Alcaraz finishing the point, even though he lost it, laughing about what a crazy point it was.
I think he even knows how ridiculous these shots are that he gets back.
That would have been the winner of the century. The winner of all time if he'd managed to convert that. Game point for Ruud, meanwhile, on a second serve, and he's netted with a forehand, and this is wonderfully tense and so hard to predict. Alcaraz may be horribly fatigued. Those legs may feel like jelly, but he's still very much in this final.
I mean, the adrenaline he'll have through his veins right now after the crowd, the noise they just made for him after that last point. Second wind will be kicking in soon.
Juice.
Wow. 128 up the middle. It had to miss by 1 inch.
But that first serve percentage is just dropping a little bit for Casper Ruud at the moment. Forehand from Alcaraz. Ruud's forehand. Alcaraz runs around and hits the forehand. He's got Ruud on the defense. Here's the drop shot into the net from Alcaraz. And it was the time to play it. And it's one he would have expected to make.
And two different perspectives there. Alcaraz is showing the follow through, how he needed to follow through more to get that ball over. And meanwhile, Juan Carlos Ferrero's bending back, putting his hands on his head, going, would you stop drop shotting, please?
Ruud has the advantage. He would move 5-4 in front in the third set if he wins this point. Serves. Forehand shanked by Alcaraz, and Ruud does escape with his serve intact.
Ruud leads 5 games to 4. Third set, 1-all.
Woo! I need a deep breath.
Well, we were speculating about who may be world #1 in the medium term, the winner of this match will become the world number one. Just to give you an idea of the number of points that the top three, and Rafa Nadal would be the third player, have accumulated so far this year. Were Casper Ruud to win the title, then actually they'd all be within a couple of 100 points of each other, so there'd be a real race for the world number one position at the end of the year. It would. It depends how much people like Nadal play, of course. He doesn't have a great record at the ATP finals.
So come down to who wins Paris and who wins the European Championships.
Logically, yeah, because there aren't any other big events, are there, on the tour? You'd have to have a really big run of success in the smaller tournaments to really make those points count.
There used to be Shanghai and there used to be Moscow, but those aren't going on right now.
Correct, no Shanghai on the men's tour, so that's one of the Masters 1000 chalked off for the year.
Did they not replace it?
No, they didn't. The big Beijing event on the WTA side has been replaced by the event in Guadalajara in Mexico, which is taking place in October.
They gave the license to San Diego, which could do a 250.
Oh, they didn't have the facilities for the 1000.
Yeah, so there's a certain number of fans that have to be let in, and bigger fields.
Here's what you have to have
for
a
the
permanent
players.
stadium too.
Do you?
Yeah, that's what Mark Miles' rule. Permanent stadium. So I guess they could do it at Petco Park, but you're talking it's in the middle of the baseball season. So
how does Miami get around that? Does Miami count as a permanent stadium?
Yeah,
because it's
Hard Rock Cafe.
Ready for play.
Even though they have to build a tennis court inside it, so it's not really permanent.
But the stadium itself is permanent.
4-5. Alcaraz is serving to stay in the third set, and what a return from Casper Ruud, a forehand cross-court.
So where they play the baseball in San Diego for a Davis Cup match, they converted it to a tennis stadium, and the USTA came in and looked at it and approved it if they were to get it 1,000, but with Indian Wells being the 1,000, they never thought they would really get it.
Love 15 down, Alcaraz. Misses his first serve. 2 hours and 18 minutes played. Alcaraz took the first set 6-4. Ruud the second 6-2, winning the last 4 games of the set. He was a breakdown Ruud in his third set, but he's now on the attack. Cross-court winner Alcaraz did not miss a beat there as he swung that forehand away to avoid going love 30 down.
And I'm surprised that's a play we haven't seen more often from Alcaraz, because Casper Ruud does like to move around that backhand when you kick it out wide on the ad side. But he leaves so much court open.
But he rarely goes inside in with it. He usually goes inside out and forces you back deep. That time he was going for broke and just mishit it.
15 all. Alcaraz onto the chipped forehand return of Ruud. A more forceful forehand from Alcaraz, who's now forced back behind his baseline. Ruud with the forehand into mid-court. Forehand cross-court again from Ruud. Alcaraz down the line. Forehand winner.
Ooh, that was a big forehand down the line.
30.
Didn't look like 15. There was any risk in that shot. And he hit it awfully hard.
Casper Ruud just taking his foot off the gas a bit in that point there. As you say, the first 2 points, I feel like he just went for broke on both his returns, choosing to chip that one. Ball's just dropping a little bit shorter in the rally as well.
30-15.
Shuffled that return position on the first serve. Casper Ruud way back as well, staying there for the second serve.
Alcaraz's second serve to the backhand of Ruud. Oh, he's missed. Not put the pressure he would have liked on the Alcaraz serve after that excellent winner
40-15.
to win the first point.
I'm smelling a tiebreaker.
(40-15). Alcaraz into the net. If there is a tiebreak, then I'm sure both players would like to substitute in Francis Tiafoe, who won all 8 tiebreakers he played at this US Open. That's never been done before. Forehand return from Ruud. Again, he's really gone after this. Great defense from Alcaraz, and Ruud has missed via the net cord. The forehand is wide, and a big celebration from Alcaraz at the back of the court, because he's leveled his third set at 5 games all.
5 games all.
This time Christian Ruud going over to his coaching box. 5 all. Alcaraz conserving a little energy, just giving a couple fist pumps to his box. And Juan Carlos Ferrero giving him the silent golf clap.
And he's pointing as well, Alcaraz, as if he's saying, this game right here, he wants the break.
It was a bit of a cheeky this game, if you read his lips correctly.
Well, I don't speak Spanish, so I definitely can't
that.
read lips. Spanish, read lips. Lip reading in Spanish is definitely not for me.
5 games all. It's a second serve from Ruud. Forehand down the line. Coming forward to make the volley. He's punched it into the net, but it's just gone over. Another volley from Ruud, and he's got lucky with the net core, but still Alcaraz is reaching for it. Eventually diverting a forehand volley into the net. Ruud with a very, very lucky break. He's shaking his head. It's exhilarating, but in turn it's exhilarating for these two great athletes.
It's incredible the points that Alcaraz creates with his speed, Russell. And he just is so versatile in how he moves around in those tight moments. And Ruud's so tight in that point once it got into that cat and mouse situation. Somehow pulled it out.
15 love, Ruud down the middle. A nice ace at a very, very good time indeed. That was actually his first of the match so far.
Do with a bit of a breather, couldn't he? Another nice, comfortable service hold here. Put the pressure straight back onto his opponent.
30 love. Good serve down the tee. Forehand from Ruud cross court. Alcaraz sliding and returning long on the forehand.
A little bit smarter forehand from Ruud there, creating a bigger angle instead of trying to drive it through Alcaraz.
No, because then when Alcaraz is 3 meters behind the baseline, the ball's so short on him, isn't it? It's so low because it's, as you say, been that greater angle.
3 game points for Ruud. Down the tee he goes. Alcaraz gets it back in play. He's on the back foot here though, and that's long the backhand. A love hold for Casper Ruud.
6-5. Third set. He wants it all.
The first we've had in this third set so far.
Now the combination of power and angles is actually starting to take form in Ruud. He hasn't really found that yet in his game. Now we got Billie Jean King on the Jumbotron. Of course, we're at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center.
She's still wearing Serena Williams' favorite color, pink, which is what she said when she paid tribute to Williams after her first round victory here. But I think the truth is that it's Billie Jean King's favorite color as well. She often wears that pink, doesn't she?
Yes. And we're going to find out in these next 2 games if who believes in Billie Jean King, because she has a plaque when you enter the court. It says, "Pressure is a privilege." And that was her book title, wasn't it, as well?
She used to tell us that a lot when we'd play in the World Team Tennis event. She'd say, when you feel under pressure on court, that's a privilege. You should want to feel that way. And it's like trying to change that mindset of dreading it and trying to get rid of the ball too quickly and give it across to back to your opponent. She's saying, no, look for the ball. Ask the ball to come to you. You know, if your opponent has a second serve, hope they make it so you can have that opportunity to hit the return. Don't be wishing for a double fault.
So was she part of your particular setup in the team that you played for, or was it an overarching role?
She was the captain and the owner, right?
Owner of the Philadelphia Freedoms, but she set the league up, I think, as well. So it's kind of a bit of both.
She's the CEO and chairman.
There you go.
Of World Team Tennis.
And it's a brilliant event. It is great fun.
It was a fallow year this year, wasn't it? There was no World Team Tennis. A bit like Glastonbury, every now and again it doesn't take place.
Although it is at the end of the year, so it wouldn't have taken place just yet. They moved it to the back end of the season in the hope that the higher ranked players could come along and join in a bit more.
Because it's normally late July, early August, isn't it? After Wimbledon, before the US Open. Here is Carlos Alcaraz serving at 5-6 to stay in this third set and force a tiebreak, and that's a service winner.
And they kind of did what Davis Cup and everybody else did, where they condensed it from, instead of 13 days or 20 days, they condensed it to 1 week.
Alcaraz Alcaraz at 15 love, just missing that first serve. It's so close, he said, of the world #1 ranking, which the winner of this match will inherit. But at the same time, it's so far away, and we know what he means. One win, but yet to win the #1 ranking, you have to win a Grand Slam title. Ruud with the forehand, Alcaraz backhand. More weight on that backhand from Ruud and forcing the error from Alcaraz on the forehand.
Do you think there's a fear for Ruud that he may not reach #1 if he doesn't do it today? Do you think Alcaraz could hold that position for many years to come?
Yeah, it's very similar to when Federer took over Roddick's #1 position. Roddick was just so depressed afterwards. He goes, I'll never get it back, because then Nadal's coming up right behind him and it's just going to blow right by me, and he really depressed him.
Blocked into the net on the forehand by Ruud, so Alcaraz to 30-15.
I think the entire locker room is thinking that. Someone's got to stop him now.
Or just postpone it. I'm not sure that he's stopping.
Exactly.
Five, 6, 30-15. BBC Sounds 5 Sports Extra live from the Arthur Ashe Stadium at Flushing Meadows in New York. Great return here from Ruud and a miscue from Alcaraz on the forehand. And this is 30-all, which means Ruud is 2 points away from the set.
And that was a bad foot shuffle there. Ruud's return wasn't that good, but it came right at Alcaraz, and he did that earlier to get the other point in this game too. He ripped it as hard as he could the backhand instead of going cross court right at Alcaraz. That shuffling gets harder when you're tired.
I'm not saying he's tired, though. Not going to say it.
30-all, Alcaraz serves. Forehand, Ruud, cross-court. Alcaraz, forehand, cross-court. Ruud with the forehand down the line. Brilliant! Alcaraz looks at the mark, but he could see with his own eyes that the ball was good. And what a shot to conjure up a set point for Casper Ruud.
How good was that forehand down the line, Naomi?
And the difference in the two boxes right now, you have the entire box of Casper Ruud on their feet after that point, clapping, cheering, and just silence in the box of Carlos Alcaraz.
Thank you.
Crowd really appreciating this level.
Set point Casper Ruud. Carlos Alcaraz serves down the tee. Forehand from Ruud. Short ball for Alcaraz. Backhand from Ruud down the line. The volley is a winner by Alcaraz.
Ridiculous.
That looked like a Pancho Gonzalez volley where he reached out, just carried it about 4 feet to make sure it went over. There was no pace on that ball whatsoever. He just grabbed it. It's almost an illegal volley. Was one continuous motion, but look how long he keeps that ball on the racket to get it over that direction.
Set point saved. Alcaraz still with work to do here at Deuce. Forehand return long from Ruud. So now it's Alcaraz with a point to take us into a tiebreak.
So good under pressure, and you just know he's repeating his grandfather's mantra to himself as well out there, Alcaraz. He says he does it a lot.
All right, you got me. What is it?
I'm gonna have to look it up. That's how bad my Spanish is. I don't want to say it incorrectly.
Oh, okay.
Tie-break point for Alcaraz, who finds another first serve. His forehand. Ruud with the backhand. Alcaraz with the forehand. Ruud cross-court with the forehand. Both men behind the baseline. Forehand cross-court Ruud. Alcaraz with the forehand with great power. And what a winner down the line by Ruud.
Did that clip the net?
It just caught the net, but it really didn't matter. It took a little bit of pace off the ball, but it was a brilliant reply to some forehand cross-court approach by the Spaniard.
Ruud was so far outside the tram line that it was almost considered a forehand cross court that ended up going down the line because he had to be so in front of the ball in order to make it. The crowd just can't believe what they're seeing.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready.
Look on disbelief,
Please.
isn't it, whenever the camera goes into people's faces.
Deuce for a second time, as we wonder whether this third set will go Casper Ruud's way imminently, or whether it will be decided by a tiebreak. Alcaraz second serve, forehand return from Ruud with so much pace on it, but great defense from Alcaraz, and now the backhand volley coming forward so swiftly. What a brilliant point by the 19-year-old.
And he is just so brave under pressure, isn't he? Consistently sticking to his game plan, coming forward, pushing himself to play the right way. Again, closing that net down so quickly. And his grandfather said to him that he has to remember the 3 C's. Cabeza, Corazon, Cajones.
There you go. I love it.
Head, heart, and cojones. I think
everybody knows the third word. Advantage Alcaraz into the net with the first serve. Well, I was quite looking forward to your translation.
I was going to say he did the egg emoji on Twitter. That was as far as I was going to go.
Second serve Alcaraz. Backhand from Ruud. Forehand wide from Alcaraz. That was a miss by a long way. And it's deuce for a third time as he serves for a tiebreak.
Now, Kat Archer, a couple years ago, she looked it up, and there is no translation for the third word.
For cojones?
So, yeah. So.
Yeah, I think we use that in England anyway.
It's become,
you say Co-Jones.
It has its own meaning.
No, we don't say Co-Jones. Mr. Barker.
5-6 deuce. Forehand cross-court Ruud. Oh, passing winner!
Wow.
With Alcaraz serving and volleying, or at least he hoped. But the angle was beautiful.
Ruud was so far outside the court there, 4 or 5 feet outside the tram line, and just stabbed at it, but got enough spin on it. Didn't have power, and that was the best thing for it.
He's used that play a lot, Alcaraz. I think Ruud knew he was going to try serve volley off it.
And he hasn't had an answer to the serve and volley yet. That's the first time Ruud's been able to pass him.
Second set point for Casper Ruud. Alcaraz with the serve, serving and volleying, and the forehand volley is reached by Ruud. He goes cross-court, and the overhead is secure. Carlos Alcaraz in the service box. Has to stretch a little bit more than he perhaps would have wished, but he made absolutely no mistake.
Casper Ruud getting a little bit demonstrative with his body language. He's got to realize he's gotten the opportunities in the set points, but he really hasn't made an error or missed a shot he shouldn't have missed. He should just see it as, hey, this is close. I've got to make it happen.
4 deuces already in this game. Alcaraz serving.
And Ruud cannot get further back for this second serve return. It's not possible.
He's about 10 or 12 feet back. He's returning on the forehand. Forehand from Alcaraz. Backhand from Ruud. Alcaraz forehand. Ruud with a forehand push down the line to the backhand of Alcaraz, who hits him behind Ruud. And Ruud has gone wide with the forehand. Advantage Alcaraz. A point away from a tiebreak again.
Alcaraz.
This is what the crowd wanted to see, isn't it? This battle. They can get involved with.
Well, this is why they don't have just sudden death games. That's the big proposal, to shorten the matches, make it more TV friendly, is to have the sudden death points. We'd be missing all this.
Alcaraz with the advantage. Backhand from Ruud, cross-court, half volley into the net from Alcaraz. And what a fine canny return again by the Norwegian.
And this is when actually, as we were saying earlier, the underarm serve would be effective. Maybe not at this scoreline, 6-5 deuce or 6-5 break point, set point down, but he's trying to counteract Casper Ruud's service return position here by bringing in the serve volley, but Casper Ruud just picking off his feet and making that next volley so tough.
This game's been in progress for 9.5 minutes. A backhand from Casper Ruud, a forehand from Carlos Alcaraz, who's coming forward, but Ruud is netted.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Again, Casper Ruud trying to get it down to the feet of Carlos Alcaraz. That was maybe one of the differences in tactics that Ruud has been able to implement. We heard his dad Christian say to him, try to get it down to his feet when he's coming up to the net.
But he's got to do it with topspin. Every time he's going to the slice, Alcaraz is accelerating to the net, knowing he can't be passed.
Alcaraz serves with the advantage down the tee. Drop shot. Here comes Ruud down the line with the backhand. Passing chance, Alcaraz, volley Ruud. Lob from Alcaraz. Ruud's running back. Here comes the tweener. Here comes the smash from Alcaraz. And we have the tiebreak that everybody in this Arthur Ashe Stadium was so desperately praying for.
Soak it in, guys.
Are they getting their money's worth?
What an I mean, I'm goosebumps. I can't imagine how the players must
Me
feel.
too. It was such a good lob from down low that Alcaraz and Ruud tried to lob him with the tweener. He wasn't going for the pass. And just could not. He needed one more foot of height on it.
The only person who didn't get out of their seat there was Juan Carlos Ferrero in the entire stadium.
Thank you.
Everyone trying to find their seats. Chair umpire trying to calm them down.
6 games all, and that's an ace from Casper Ruud to start the tiebreak.
There is not one empty seat.
Yeah, anyone who had left to get a beverage or a snack after the last changeover is gutted that they've just missed that when they can hear the crowd going that wild. They're all huddled at the entrances trying to sneak a peek before they're allowed back in.
Russell's trying to look around and say, oh, there's one open seat over there.
Well, I did find one, but it seemed churlish to point it out, Jeff. Love one. Ace from Ruud, first serve into the net from Alcaraz, second serve is good. Forehand from Alcaraz, backhand hit by Ruud, forehand from Alcaraz, backhand Ruud. Alcaraz cross-court with a forehand, Ruud with more power, forehand cross-court. Backhand from Ruud, Alcaraz backhand is cross-court, Ruud with the shank, the miss hit on the backhand. And Alcaraz brings us back to parity in the very early stages of this third set tiebreak. First to 7 points, but as you know, you'll need to win by 2 clear points to guarantee yourself the tiebreak. And it's so important because it's 1 set all in the US Open final of 2022 with a first Grand Slam title and a first appearance at world number 1 on the line for the winner. Forehand into the net from Ruud. Worked a long way out of court. Starting so far behind the baseline anyway, but a good direction of the serve by Alcaraz, and he's held on to both of his 2 service points.
It almost looked like Ruud expected the serve and volley there, and then when Alcaraz stayed back, he tried to change the shot and hit it harder, but he was already had the angle going, and it went straight into the net.
Ready for play, thank you.
1-2 down. Ruud, he was a breakdown in this set and then saved a break point to avoid going 3-love down. So from that position, he's done well to force a tie-break, but at times he looked the most likely at the end of that set. He shanked a second backhand of the tie-break, Ruud, and he finds himself 3-1 down.
Carlos Alcaraz just finding a bit more energy in those legs right now. Running way round his backhand there to find the forehand return, hitting it inside out, not necessarily with a lot of pace, but certainly heavy.
(1-3) as Ruud serves. Alcaraz forehands in play. Ruud has missed the forehand now, under a lot of pressure admittedly, but at the critical moment he has just lost his rhythm. Alcaraz, with 2 serves to come, leads by 4 points to 1 in this tiebreak.
Ruud looking up at his dad after the last 2 points, and his dad just shaking his head saying, it's all right, come on, let's go.
Keep going, it's all you can do right now. You've not really done much wrong. A couple unforced errors, but other than that, I think Alcaraz has just lifted his level. He's got to try and stay with him.
How can you call any error in the finals of a Grand Slam an unforced error?
4-1 Alcaraz, backhand reply from Ruud. Alcaraz forehand. That was moving, that forehand cross-court. He's playing the tie-break in the spirit of Francis Tiafoe.
Well, 124 first serve, and I think the forehand that he just hit was faster. It looked faster than the serve.
It's like a football crowd. No atmosphere like a US Open Arthur Ashe Stadium atmosphere.
Well, everybody's sitting down. That Juan Carlos Ferrero's the only one on his feet.
23,000 plus inside the stadium. 5-1 in the tiebreak for Carlos Alcaraz, who saved 2 set points in the final game of the set, and that's now 6-1. Because Ruud has put a forehand into the net, and as Alcaraz has peaked, Ruud's level has dropped, and it looks now, for all the money in the world, as if Carlos Alcaraz is shortly going to be a set away from a first Grand Slam title.
Yeah, and I think Christian and Casper's dad is telling him, don't let up. At the beginning of the fourth, do not let up, because you might just be able to run away with a quick set again. We'll get to Naomi's 4 hours and 11.
First serve.
Yeah, I'm right on track here. I'm really pleased. 2 hours 41.
Thank you.
1-6, second serve for Ruud, and this is the first of 5 set points for Alcaraz. Sorry, the first was a let. That was the first serve. Was able to go for a little bit more, but he was missing Ruud. Second serve, set point down, forehand return from Alcaraz. Ruud's forehand is wild. Well, he's played a pretty poor tiebreak by the standards of the match. And Carlos Alcaraz, with some pretty spectacular hitting, has won it by 7 points to 1.
Wow. And Juan Carlos Ferrero very pleased with his student for the way he gritted out that breaker. He turned around away from Carlito there and gave it like he was going to fight somebody. You know, I haven't seen him do that much emotion since he's been coaching him. But Carlos very, very happy about getting that set. I'll tell you what, that was just an amazing grit by both players, really.
Yeah, and Casper Ruud is going to have to be really tough mentally here now, because this is going to be a tough sit down for him. You know, he's had opportunities there, both of them only taking 1 from 4 break points in that third set, but I think Casper Ruud will be the one sat down feeling like he wasn't able to take his chances, and he's got to just put it out of his head, because as you say, he can try and get a quick start here in this next set, as he did in the last 2. And try and capitalise. You're in a Grand Slam final, there's no time to get down.
Yeah, and the thing is, he started the tiebreaker with an ace. And then after that, didn't look like he could hit the ball at all. So you've got to wonder where the emotions are. And then you say, well, tennis is a very mental game, isn't it?
Yeah, that was certainly, by Casper Ruud standards, a bit of a letdown. And as Naomi said, he wants to put that out of his mind. He did look the more likely in that third set, having recovered from 2-love and a break point down with those 2 set points, but mentally he just wasn't as on it as Carlos Alcaraz there, and that may potentially prey on his mind. Let's see. Alcaraz hasn't got very much left in the tank, but David Law, he may well have enough to become a Grand Slam champion at the age of 19.
Yeah, well, he's got a 1 in 2 sets chance now. He's got to just get one of them, and as Jeff and Naomi said, I mean, I'm not saying he's going to take the next set off. I'm sure he's going to try and just win it and finish it here, but there may even be a point, if he gets down in it, where he may just blaze away and not expend too much energy. I think he had to win that set, Alcaraz. I don't know whether he could have come back and won from 2 sets to 1
It was
down.
starting to look that way, and isn't that the measure of the man?
Yeah.
That when he needed to, he managed to cling on and play a tiebreak like that.
I'd be surprised if Ruud hasn't got enough in the tank. I think he can still mount a fight back here. It's a cracking match, isn't it?
Sure is.
What a treat.
Please, at the back of the court, take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
To be inside the Arthur Ashe Stadium tonight is a real privilege, and we're underneath the roof. The lights are on. It is raining outside. I went for a little wander about in the early part of the third set just to have a little break, and there are people crowding around the big screen, listening to the commentary underneath umbrellas. Hundreds and hundreds of people outside the stadium as Casper Ruud turns on the afterburners with his backhand. 1 down the line, 1 cross court. He wins the point, and he's got the early start he wants on the Alcaraz serve here.
Well,
Jeff.
he can't be feeling any pressure now. I mean, he's down 2 sets to 1. He's got to keep going for it. He's got to say, okay, I totally choked that breaker, but I'm not going to this time. Next time around. That's what he said before the match. I choked at the French Open final, but I'm not going to choke this time. And he hasn't been choking the whole time.
No.
How can you not get a little nervous in the finals of
Absolutely.
the U.S. Open? You've just got to accept it and move on.
What's really fascinating watching these two is watching them learn about themselves. They've never been in this sort of position. Yes, Casper Ruud reached the final, but he wasn't close against Nadal as he hits his forehand cross and he comes in and plays. Doesn't need to play a forehand volley because the forehand passing shot attempt cross court by Alcaraz is wide. And this is a really assertive start to the set from Ruud, and I'm impressed.
And when he was down 6-1 in that breaker, his dad leaned forward and gave him almost a paragraph. And of course, we don't know Norwegian, but I just had the sense, Dave, that he said, it doesn't matter what happens in this set if you win the next two.
Yep.
And you've got to have the power to do that.
Love 30. A little bit of pressure for Alcaraz to deal with here, but he's dealt with it.
Another serve and volley.
Serve out wide, and as Jeff said, he went hurtling in towards the net. He
15-30.
He had the sense, though, to not keep running, but to sort of just hold his run so the ball would bounce, and then he could hit a normal forehand down the line.
He didn't make it a difficult shot.
No. And there was a moment when Denis Shapovalov was playing against Andrei Rublev the other day, and he hit two fantastic backhands, one cross court, one down the line, ran into the net as a forehand's punched away on the volley by Alcaraz shoulder height, cross court, 30-all.
And here's serving volley.
Shapovalov came into the net behind the good ground strokes, which was the right call, but Rublev did a good job to get it just over the net, but rather than waiting for it to bounce and then hitting a forehand, he tried to hit a low backhand volley off his shoelaces and he just kept on running forwards and he just spooned it out. None of that from Alcaraz. 30-all here, forehand down the centre in the first game of the fourth set. 2-1 for Carlos Alcaraz, this 19-year-old who's won the third set tiebreak. Forehand is hit inside out by Ruud. He's really going after these forehands. Backhand cross court by Alcaraz, trying to set up a break point here is the Norwegian. Forehand cross court from him, good hitting. Now backhand chip down the centre. Alcaraz swipes his forehand inside out. Another chip backhand that floats over the net from Ruud. Then he tries to go bigger off the forehand, but he's pulled it cross court and wide. We're seeing Alcaraz now shaking his right fist as he moves from love 30 to 40-30.
But as if to say, I'm still strong as I've ever been to Ruud. And Ruud stared at him after that point like, wait a minute. You still got more in the tank. A long stare between players after that point.
So point for the first game of set number 4 for Carlos Alcaraz of Spain. Sails down the centre and it just misses the centre service line. Does seem to have just weathered that kind of energy low that he appeared to have in set number 2 and early parts of set number 3 as a backhand hit cross court by Ruud. The second win from Alcaraz definitely in effect here as he hits an extraordinary forehand across cross court. Alcaraz. Full-blooded forehand by Ruud. Alcaraz ran to his right as if to say, that's not a forehand, that's a forehand.
And the level keeps going up, doesn't it? And the strength of shot keeps going up. And we're seeing now variety from both players. And Alcaraz serving and volleying a lot more, coming to the net. Ruud's coming to the net more than he's ever come to the net. You've got Ruud came in 32 times in this match, and Alcaraz has come in 41 times in this match. And here we're talking about how good these guys' ground strokes are. I don't think anybody in the draw came to the net that much. And in the midst of this match, they're both, it's not their favorite thing to do, but they're doing it because that's what calls for when you're playing against a guy that's that good from the ground, plays that far back. You have to get in and take advantage of those off-balance shots.
Good ratio, isn't it? 80% net points won from Alcaraz, 33 out of 41. It's pretty good. He's got it all, this kid, as he hits his backhand off the back foot. He's 2-1 ahead. He's 1 game to love ahead, but he's netted a forehand.
15 love.
The Ruud has started this set assertively. Okay, he didn't get the break, but there's a look in his eye, a steel about him.
And his dad's definitely giving him the look of stay the course.
5 Sports Extra from the BBC here at the US Open, the men's singles final. Yesterday, Iga Swiatek, the world #1, won the women's title, beating Ons Jabeur in 2 sets.
15-all.
Miscued forehand from Ruud goes out, cross court.
Yeah, far out. In the earlier rounds, we saw him missing balls only by milli-inches. And now both players starting to miss their shots by a lot when they miss them.
13.
That's the shot he needs to use a lot more often. And the kick out wide on the ad court.
Alcaraz way behind the baseline, planting those black shoes of his on the green surrounds of this court, dancing up and down as he hits his backhand on the centre. He's wearing a sort of orange front to his shirt. It's white at the back. He's got white shorts, white socks, and I think black or navy blue shoes. No cap from either player. It's night time. We're underneath the roof. There's no need for one. Well, some players would have one anyway. There's a forehand cross court by Ruud. He's coming in and playing a mid-riff height forehand volley inside out. Very nicely played.
Inside out drop shot. Not recommended by 4 out of 5 coaches, but he certainly pulled that one off.
Yeah, very soft hands from Casper Ruud, who's wearing a white headband to keep his floppy brown hair at bay.
He just tapped it. Just tapped it.
And he's got a sort of deep dark pink flash across the shoulders of his shirt. White, the rest of it. Sort of a diagonal divide between the white and the pink. And then white shorts and dark pink shoes, as well as the backhand hitting the net from Alcaraz. And that's a good, comfortable hold of serve for Mr. Methodical.
Yeah, and like you said, that first service game that Alcaraz had, Ruud had him on the ropes. He didn't break, but the point is that he came back strong, put pressure on, and after a big set like that, you know Alcaraz is going to have a mental dip at some point. Even just thinking that he's near the finish line could throw him off a little bit. That's what Ruud needs, is just one unforced error at a 30-all position to take control of this 4th set.
Yeah, this is far from over, folks. Far from over. Carlos Alcaraz is 2 sets to 1 ahead, 6-4, 2-6, 7-6. 1 game all in the 4th set. This is uncharted territory for him. He's never been in this situation before as the backhand hits the net by Ruud. Just to remind you, the winner of this match will win their first Grand Slam title and become world #1 for the first time. And in Alcaraz's case, he would be the youngest #1 male player ever. Serves onto the forehand, does Alcaraz. Now hits his cross-court forehand. 15-love. He's trying to camp on the baseline here and push Ruud around. Inside-in forehand cross-court from Alcaraz. And there's a forehand netted by Ruud. And Naomi, that was a bit more of an assertive rally from Alcaraz in terms of imposing himself territorially. A lot of the time he's so able to run everything down. He'll camp back behind the baseline and allow people to come onto it.
Yeah, a lot of Alcaraz for me is to do with keeping that balance between being aggressive but also watching his unforced error count. And as you say, the further he drops back behind that baseline into a defensive position, the tougher it's going to be to come up with winners. When he's up, well, I was going to say when he's up inside the service line like he is right now, he'll hit a winner, but there's another unforced error.
Is there an energy conservation element to what he's just done there? Like going after huge shots quickly?
I think it's more, I think he's just more, I think the whole ethos with he and Ferrero and the whole team is all about improvement and being a better player, and not necessarily, of course he's trying to get through each and every match, but it's all about just improving. So I think he does what he knows he's supposed to be doing out there, especially in the big moments. That's why I say he's always so brave. He always forces himself to play the way in which he should be playing, and not just tighten up and try and make balls.
Huge forehands being struck effectively by this 19-year-old. to get to 40-15. 2 points for a 2-1 lead.
Game, Alcaraz.
Absolutely
Balls, please.
isn't it?
Alcaraz leads 2 games to 1. 4th set and by 2 sets to 1.
He just doesn't seem to ever get tired. I mean, we were saying, well, his body language, he's getting a little bit tired in the middle of that second set. But as soon as he got the energy going again, as soon as he did a couple fist pumps, as soon as he wins a couple of those scrappy points, he's right back in it mentally. And then you see the rest of his talent come out. You know, when he's not winning those scrappy points, it's like, well, who am I?
Yeah, he actually takes a lot of his confidence from those points, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe winning those scrappy rallies gives him the confidence to know if his shots don't work out or if his opponent does get his, maybe it gives him that freedom to go for his extra shots because he knows as and when he needs to, he can fall back and win those scrappy points. So maybe when his opponent's coming out on top of more of them, as Ruud was doing for a good while, maybe he kind of holds back on his bigger shots as well because he's not got that net to fall back in.
Yeah, that's what puts the element of doubt in his mind about the rest of his game.
You see it with the big servers, don't you? So much of their game revolves around getting their big serves in because, again, it gives them so much freedom on the return games. Then it kind of all slots in together. But for Alcaraz, it definitely seems to be those scrappy rallies.
Like Tiafoe was with Alcaraz the whole time, hanging with him. And in the 5th set, he served like 20% first serves and just couldn't meet the challenge at all against Alcaraz. So you're right, the big serve, or in his case, the scrappy points. In Ruud's case, the big forehand. When it abandons them, it's a different level.
People are still flooding back into the stadium here. I almost feel like actually around the bottom circle, they didn't open
the first
the gates until almost the end of the changeover. They only just opened one of them right now, and they haven't closed it. So these
dozens of people, hundreds, still coming in right in the eye line of Casper Ruud as he serves here. And that's just kind of what happens here at the US Open. Nobody worries too much. Here's a backhand chip, backhand volley. Oh, that's a lovely touch from Ruud. Goodness, he took the pace off that volley well.
Great shot. He stretched out, went for the spinner. Very low percentage shot, but it's really the only shot he had.
$15 love, 1-2 down is Ruud, trailing by 2 sets to 1. Still very much in this. Now everybody's settled down, taken their seats, and this place is rammed with people. Missed forehand by Ruud.
15-all.
Yeah, I probably should have just played that with a backhand. Waited to see where his opponent was. Could have played a sharp angle off the backhand side. Instead, he was forced to hit hard off that forehand.
The last man to get to number 1 straight after the US Open was Juan Carlos Ferrero. And that was in 2003. He actually lost the US Open final to Andy Roddick, who eventually ended that year number 1.
13-15.
But he was a good player, wasn't he? Ferrero, he won the French Open as Ruud goes 30-15 up here.
And that'll be experience that he can share with Alcaraz, won't it? As we were saying, Casper Ruud has gained that experience himself by already having played in a Grand Slam, but Ferrero will know those emotions that Alcaraz will be walking out onto court to face today for the first time. And how did he deal with that? What advice can he give him?
40-15.
Well, I mean, the first thing you could say is, hey, if you don't win the match, you're still going to become number 1 in the world someday. I did.
Yeah. And you're probably going to win this Grand Slam.
This is how I felt. Maybe I should have beaten Roddick that day, but I didn't play it this way mentally, so why don't you try that? And follow your grandfather's advice.
Ace by Ruud levels this 4th set.
2 games all. 4th set.
And what are we thinking? Are the crowd going to tip back over here in favour of Casper Ruud in this set in hope of seeing a 5th?
I think there will be the neutral here. As much as I think Alcaraz is enormously popular, they want a 5th set, don't they?
I even think a lot of Alcaraz fans, to be honest, as long as they could guarantee him winning, I think they'd rather they get to stay out and watch a bit longer.
Well, it is one of those matches. We've had exactly 3 hours now, and it is just one of those matches that you don't want it to end, really. It is truly exhilarating.
There've definitely been ebbs and flows. It started off electrifying. That end of that third set was just incredible. Standing ovations left, right, and centre.
I mean, in
30 left.
3 hours of tennis, they've only hit 12 aces between them. So there have been so many rallies, lung-busting rallies between these two. 30 love here for Alcaraz, making life a little easier for himself with these easy points. Both players have hit more winners than unforced errors by quite some way.
40 left.
Which tells its own story. Another ace from Alcaraz gets him to 10. Previous youngest man to be the world #1, Leighton Hewitt. 21 years ago now. He was 20 years and 9 months old. Alcaraz just 19. You may be thinking, well, what about Nadal? Wasn't it? How young was he? Well, it took him such a long time to finally get that Roger Federer out of the way that he was
40-15.
mid-20s by the time he did it.
He had to win Wimbledon, didn't he?
Yeah. Two games all in the fourth set. 2 sets to 1 Alcaraz. 40-15. Serves out wide. Tries for an ace. Misses. Second youngest was Marat Safin. 20 years and 10 months. Also on that list, John McEnroe, Andy Roddick, Bjorn Borg, all 21 years of age. Here's a backhand hit cross-court by Ruud, far end of the court. And then backhand again, and down the centre from Alcaraz, and he has a little skip and a jump as he wins the point, and he wants this done in this set. He doesn't want to go all the way.
By 2 sets to 1.
Even though he has gone 3 matches in a row, the distance, I mean, that is extraordinary, isn't it, Naomi? I mean, I remember when, the other thing to say is I remember when Stefan Edberg did it in 1992. I'm old enough to remember watching that run. I watched every ball of his match wins over Richard Krajicek and Ivan Lendl and Michael Chang, longest match in the history of the tournament, and then Pete Sampras in the final. But honestly, that match against Michael Chang was a snore fest.
So is that the record of back-to-back 5 sets?
On a run to the title in a row at the end of the tournament. It has also been done by Gustavo Kuerten when he won the 1997
and how many is the record
French
for?
Open. The record is 3.
Okay.
So
this would be to beat the record.
This would be a record. If he went 5 sets today, Alcaraz, and won the title, he's done something nobody's ever done before.
But he would equal it if he won the title today without it going to 5 sets.
That's right. In the Open era, it never happened before.
Incredible.
So you're going back over 50 years.
And also we were looking at the 5-set sort of time length of match back in the 90s was sort of like 2 hours 45 minutes because of course a lot of the points were shorter. Serve volume was so prevalent, the balls were much faster, the courts hadn't been slowed down as much, the strength and conditioning side of tennis hadn't developed in the way it has now. So I mean, it's an achievement in itself, isn't it? Because again, he's probably spent twice as much time on court in his 5-set matches as those guys did all those years back.
Right.
And of course, it's all relevant.
Played a lot later into the night.
Yeah.
Wake up. Someone from his box just yelled, "Wake up."
Bit harsh, isn't it?
I was going to say I'd be a bit offended if someone told me to wake up 3 hours and 5 minutes into the match.
When I'm running around like a terrier. Here's a backhand hit cross court by Ruud, and now down the line he goes with that shot. Forehand cross court by Alcaraz, who's 2 sets to 1 and 3-2 up here. He's starting to motor again here. Backhand on the line from Alcaraz. Oh my word, what a shot.
Another down the line winner.
His eyes are widening now.
It's his first backhand winner of the set, Alcaraz, the 4th for him of the match. Far more winners
during the points
from that forehand side.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure this crowd are going to stay silent during the point, but you can try ask them.
Good luck with that.
That's like your dad telling you to be home early.
Love 15 on the Ruud serve. He needs to be careful here. Alcaraz is eyeballing a break, but there's a forehand that has
15-all.
collapsed on him a little and sort of wrapped his racket around it and sent it off at a 45-degree angle to his left, and it went out. Alcaraz, 15-all. Five Sports Extra from the BBC. BBC Sounds.
Well, they're all big games from here on out, David. I was going to say this is a huge game, but they're all big.
Yeah, you can feel that. You can feel that sort of level of importance. My goodness, how hard is Alcaraz hitting the ball here? Here's a backhand cross court. Oh, that's just a crushing, clean winner. 3 in a row in the rally. It's as if he's just said, Naomi, enough.
Going for it.
13.
So aggressive, isn't he, again? And I feel like that's the communication Alcaraz gets from his box. It's almost that management of energy, when to step it up. They sort of signal to each other saying, this one right here, right now. That extra focus in.
This to set up a break point for Carlos Alcaraz, who leads by 2-1. He chips his forehand, return down the centre, it lands on the baseline. Now he hits his backhand cross court. Backhand cross court in kind by Ruud, who hits a hooked forehand cross court. Now big forehand is missed by Alcaraz, and he slaps his thigh in frustration.
30-all.
I suppose when you've got the 2-1 lead, and you know the best Ruud can do is take you the distance, you can afford maybe to swing a bit more, especially when you're 3-2 up serving.
Absolutely. And how often do we see the player that's losing suddenly loosen up? But right now we're seeing it the opposite way around. This is how it should be. When you have the lead, your opponent has more to lose, not you.
Well, and you have to think to yourself also, I could totally sprint here for 16 points.
How has he got that back, Alcaraz? Now forehand lob, an overhead by Ruud is wide. It's just astonishing what Carlos Alcaraz is able to do in terms of covering this court.
30-14.
He just keeps doing it and doing it and doing it. Both those shots should not be coming back. The backhand out wide and the approach shot was so good by Ruud.
This is break point.
And it's a virtual match point, David.
For Carlos Alcaraz of Spain. Backhand return down the centre is on the baseline. Now backhand cross court again. Ruud meets it with his backhand on the centre. Huge forehand down the middle by Alcaraz. He's going for it here. Cross court with his forehand. Down the line goes the forehand of Ruud. Now a backhand cross court from him. Long!
Ruud's bowing his head down as he's walking towards his father. His father's clapping and saying, keep it going, keep it going.
And Carlos Alcaraz is gulping in the oxygen right now, as if he's just trying to control his nerves, keep his heartbeat under control.
Whatever he does, he just cannot look up and see the finish line right now. He just needs to keep his foot on the gas.
Ready for play.
More of the same,
Please.
not allow the emotions to come into play here.
Yeah, because no matter what, Ruud is on defense. He has to play from a defensive position if he wants to come back. His footwork's getting a little shaky, Ruud's.
It's Carlos is to lose now, isn't it?
Yep, that'll be an interesting element psychologically. 2-1, 4-2 for Alcaraz. He needs 2 more games for the title. Here's a forehand hit down the centre by Ruud. What's he got left? Backhand cross court from him, finds the line. Huge backhand on the centre by Alcaraz. Now forehand cross court, he's missed that.
3 great gets by Ruud there to stay in that point.
Almost giving him a taste of his own
15.
medicine. Making him play those extra shots when he maybe wasn't expecting to. And I feel like Alcaraz, if he doesn't get the winner when he expects to, he just goes bigger and bigger and bigger in the rally till either the winner comes, or in that case it was the unforced error.
Love 15 Alcaraz. He's got the break, but as Naomi pointed out, now he has the pressure. Now he has the expectation that he should finish it here. Serves that one into the backhand. He's coming in. He's laying a backhand volley, but he's netted. He tried for the cushioned backhand drop volley, but he got it wrong, Alcaraz. This is love 30.
Yeah, Juan Carlos Ferrero's usually shaking his head when he goes for those drop shots, but that time he clapped. as if to say, I like that shot. You got in on time. You make that shot. He feels like the match is over, so it was worth going for.
I did like the play. That was an 88 miles per hour serve kicking out wide. But he tried to surprise Ruud with the quick approach to the net, but it didn't work in the end. Love 30. Forehand return blocked back by Ruud. This to set up breakback points. Whips his forehand cross court. Smack down the line. Clean winner by Alcaraz.
He makes you pay, doesn't he, if you drop that ball anywhere remotely near the service line. Doesn't even have to be what most players would call a short ball, because, I mean, Casper Ruud is hitting with so much spin there. It's still kicking up at Alcaraz, but just a foot or so deeper than the service line. Alcaraz saying thank you very much.
15-30. Alcaraz serve now. 2-1. 6-4, 2-6, 7-6, 4-2. Now 30 all. Ace down the centre.
Wow. And he was going to serve and volley off that 123 mile an hour serve up the middle, and he was charging. He almost beat the serve to the net.
Outrun the ball.
He's that fast.
Well, you know, he's like Roadrunner, isn't he?
It'd be impressive, especially off a 123 mile an hour serve.
It's 30 all. He's Easton again. Suddenly, he's turned into the man that won this title as a 20-year-old in 1990, Pete Sampras.
I'm starting to see a bit of space now between that ace count between the two players. That's the 12th ace for Alcaraz in this match, just 4 for Ruud.
He usually serves and lands on the baseline, and now he's serving, he's landing 3-4 feet inside the baseline, getting that head start to the net.
Sampras was 19 actually as well, just looking up in 1990. He went on to have a pretty decent career, didn't he? This for 5-2 to leave him 1 game away, Alcaraz, from the title. He's got a mid-court forehand, he smacks it away! And he turns to Juan Carlos Ferrero. He clenches his fists. He believes he can do this. And everything that we're seeing before us right now suggests that he is right. 2-1, 5-2, 1 more game required for the title for Carlos Alcaraz.
Just a Herculean effort. First of all, to get to the final, to get himself into this position, and he's right there. I mean, there's just no doubt in his mind that he came to win this tournament.
And I'm just looking. I wrote down before the start of this match everybody's predictions of length of match. Right now we're at 3 hours and 13 minutes. Alcaraz 2-1 up, 5-2 up in the 4th set. And Russell Fuller right now guessed 3 hours 28 minutes. So Russell, I think right now is on track for the W.
So impressive.
We're going to need to see a big comeback from Casper Ruud to get it up to our predictions, David, of 4 hours 6 minutes for you, 4 hours 11 minutes for me.
Yes.
Jeff, terrible
all
prediction
around
from you.
Just
2 hours
terrible.
10. I thought Casper Ruud was going to come out and steamroll Alcaraz. Are you still going with Ruud, or have you changed your mind at this point of the match?
Am I allowed to?
No.
Okay, so...
Well, how about this moment,
If
folks?
I changed my mind, would Ruud come back and win?
Here comes Carlos Alcaraz of Spain. He needs 1 more game to win the US Open.
And he skipped and jumped off that bench, David. He was doing the good old-fashioned skip down the road to come over here to return.
He does not want to serve for this.
Talk about happy feet.
He will want to finish it right here.
Thank you.
Right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, players are ready.
2-1, 5-2 Alcaraz. Big serve attempt down the centre by Ruud is long. Second serve down the middle, forehand whip down the centre in return by Alcaraz. He goes for his cross-court forehand. Down the line forehand by Ruud is a good one. Now he hits his backhand cross-court. Really hitting hard here is Ruud, and he wins the point for 15 love.
All he has to focus on here right now, Casper Ruud, is winning this game. Nothing else. He can't think of the daunting task, the mammoth task of coming all the way back. Just this one game. Ask Alcaraz the question, can you serve it out? Make him win it.
This tournament that began with domination really from Serena Williams in terms of attention as a forehand cross-court whipped on the drive volley by Casper Ruud, and it doesn't come back. 30-love. Well, it's been taken over
30-love
by these two young players. Iga Świątek of Poland, who won her third Grand Slam singles title yesterday, and now Carlos Alcaraz of Spain, who's even younger, and who you just sense could be in this sort of position many times in the future. But everybody's got to start somewhere, and first of all he's got to get over the finish line here.
40-love.
Casper Ruud's not going to give it to him. 40-love.
You feel like you're in history in the making right now, don't you? It's
Yeah.
where I was there win moment.
I agree.
What a tournament this could potentially be in terms of history, with Serena stepping away, Alcaraz coming through.
40-love Ruud. This to make Alcaraz have to serve for it. Drop shot Ruud. In comes Alcaraz. He can't reach it. So
Alcaraz leads 5 games to 3. Fourth set.
he's done all he could do at this point, Ruud. Carlos Alcaraz at the opposite end of the stadium to his coach. Will have to do this on his own.
Crowd understands what they're seeing.
23,000 people.
Please.
In awe at what they've witnessed here tonight. Carlos Alcaraz is serving for the title, and he begins with an ace.
126 up the middle. Huge serve. Especially at this moment.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
5-3, 15-love Alcaraz. Nets the first serve. It almost fell over as he hit that. He's trying so hard to hit this ball for aces and clean winners. Throwing his body into balls as a backhand hit down the centre by this admirable guy from Norway. Forehand inside out, struck by Alcaraz. He's coming in. He plays a low, delicious forehand volley cross court to move to 30-love. He needs 2 more points.
And then his ability to move in on those balls when Ruud decides to slice is unbelievable. He's using his speed to go forward. The whole tournament, he's been using his speed to go side to side. And he's adapted his game so well for this match. Juan Carlos Ferrero telling the rest of the box, stay in your seats. Don't get excited too soon. This is not over yet.
30-love. Serves out wide, serves and volleys, forehand punch volley into the corner. He's underneath the lob, Alcaraz, and he nets!
Okay, Natalie. Yeah.
That has to be one of the easiest overheads, I think, of the tournament that Alcaraz has probably had.
15.
He was midway between the service line and the net. It wasn't deep, it wasn't a high back over his head, maybe difficult to time in Arthur Ashe Stadium. It can be easy to lose the ball out there. Or is that just the nerves on show?
Yeah, and that's why Juan Carlos, his coach, is telling everybody else, don't get ahead of yourself. He's got to play some fantastic tennis to win this.
30-15. Serves down the centre ace!
15.
.120 up the middle, and Ruud was nowhere near it.
Carlos Alcaraz of Spain. 19 years of age.
Please.
Is on the brink
Their players are ready.
of making history here at the US Open. He has championship point to win the US Open as a 19-year-old. And he serves that one onto the forehand. He hits his forehand on the line and long. Goodness me, that was tight. He just wanted it over, and hundreds and hundreds of camera phones are illuminating in front of us as people try to capture their memory, the moment of this match that Carlos Alcaraz wins his first Grand Slam title. It's an absolutely extraordinary sight. But the young Spaniard,
Thank you.
just 19 years of age, this to win his first Grand Slam singles title. Alcaraz serves onto the backhand and falls flat on his back. He is the US Open champion. He is the world #1, the youngest man ever to do that. And he is in utter disbelief, lying on the court of the Alcaraz Stadium. And as he embraces Casper Ruud, after 3 hours and 20 minutes of battle, we are looking at a new star of this sport. A man who I suspect we will be watching win Grand Slam titles for years. And he goes up to greet his support team, and he doesn't even know how to get there because he's never done it before. Carlos Alcaraz of Spain, the most electrifying, exciting young player we've seen since the likes of Rafael Nadal and Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer came on the scene. This boy is special. And he's finally made his way up there, and he embraces everybody in his box. The men that have helped get him to where he is right now. Great scenes, Jeff Tarango and Naomi Brody.
I mean, what can you say besides Vamos at this point? Incredible effort. I mean, he just didn't waver. He had a hiccup mentally there in the second set, but how could you expect him not to? And there he hugs his coach, who's giving him everything. I mean, for one, Carlos Ferrero to go with him, fully 100% backing him. It's incredible. Incredible to see. Glad we were a part of it.
Oh, I feel emotional just watching them. You can see the emotions in the box there. His box is so jam-packed full. It's taken him a minute to try and get around everywhere now. Really emotional hug with his brother. I mean, we've absolutely witnessed history. There is no doubt about that.
We sure have, Russell Fuller. We've seen a lot over the years. Have we ever seen anything quite like this guy?
To win the title at 19. So special, wasn't it? And when that third set tiebreak came around, Casper Ruud blinked, Carlos Alcaraz did not, and just the conviction with which he played that fourth set. That was a man who was not going to let the opportunity slip through his fingers. And we just have to stress how rare it is on the men's side, don't we, to see somebody, we'll get to world number one in a moment, but to become a Grand Slam singles champion at the age of 19. We were used in the 1980s and the 1970s, Bjorn Borg, Stefan Edberg, Boris Becker, Michael Chang, they were teenage Grand Slam champions. It was almost the norm for the great players. But what? Pete Sampras in 1990, as you were saying, at the US Open at the age of 19, and Rafa Nadal just once at Roland Garros in 2005. So he's the second teenager in 32 years to have done this.
Says everything, really. Took Roger Federer till 21 to finally figure that out. After promising so much. I mean, he had a pretty decent career in the end, didn't he? And maybe he's still got a bit more left. But this young man, injuries, health permitting, he just has everything, doesn't he?
Well, we saw that, didn't we? I mean, how long did it take Bjorn Borg in his career to start serving and volleying? He's just all of a sudden serving and volleying 3/4 of the time in the finals of the US Open. He wasn't doing that during the tournament. He wasn't serving and volleying. All of a sudden, he's serving and volleying 3 out of 4 points on his serve the last 4 service games.
Well, we're seeing the presentation ceremony set up here, and listen to this, the crowd chanting his name. A chant that we've heard many times over the years for Juan Martín del Potro. Ole, 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 Carlos has a nice ring to it, and a word as well, Naomi, for Casper Ruud. Not a bad final at all. He was right in there, 3 hours and 20 minutes, and another really big step in his progression too.
It'll be gutting for Casper Ruud, won't it? I think he knew it was going to be tough out there today, but I think he felt more confident than he did going into the final against Rafael Nadal at Roland Garros. There was nothing in that match. When we look at total points won there at the bottom, Casper Ruud winning 122, Alcaraz winning 127, so he lost out by just 5 points in the end. And hopefully he'll take this again as more experience. He'll use it as motivation and inspiration to go away and improve and get better, because he himself is still so young as well, only 23. But it'll be gutting for Casper and his team, but I'm sure he'll be back here in many more finals, whether it's this one here at US Open, at Roland Garros. But I think we're going to see big rivalry between these two players in many years to come.
You're absolutely right, Naomi. I think very well at the French Open, very well at the Australian Open, definitely at the World Championships. We're going to see these guys play again, and there are going to be battles.
There sure are, and actually we're seeing a close-up of Alcaraz now, burying in his head in his towel and just sobbing with happiness and emotion and overcome by it all. And disbelief, I think, Russell, as good as he knows he is, to do this quickly is quite something. I mean, a year ago, he kind of marked our card with that win over Stefanos Tsitsipas here, which was incredibly spectacular. But he's just built, and the mind boggles as to what he might end up going on to do.
Yes, he won those 2 5-setters in a row, didn't he, last year? Beat Peter Gojowczyk after beating Stefanos Tsitsipas, but then did have to retire in the quarterfinal after just a set. And that was not surprising because he was 18, and I remember asking him at the start of the championships whether he feels he's a different character, a different physical specimen now, and he said absolutely that. I feel much more ready this year than last year, but still to win the title. And given the run of matches and the late hours, it's astonishing that he was able to continue to produce that level of tennis in the fourth set. He was really, really locked in, wasn't he? And you're right, in the end, I think we thought he might be a Grand Slam singles champion, but given the history that we've just been detailing, it probably has come a little bit sooner than even he expected. And I think whether we get one dedicated rivalry over the next 10 years, I don't know. I think Novak Djokovic is probably going to win more Grand Slam titles. I certainly wouldn't bet against Rafa Nadal winning another Grand Slam title or two. But you do think that in years to come, it's going to be Alcaraz against the rest. Yeah. And they might have to take it in turns, possibly, to try and stop him. Maybe there'll be one rivalry, we shall see, but that seems to be the way that tennis is going to be. And Alcaraz against Djokovic for the next 2 or 3 years.
I was just about to say that. Can you imagine Djokovic moving when he gets match tight and he's fit against Alcaraz, moving like that? The rallies they're going to be having, the highlight reel of those matches.
Yeah, but we won't see that in Australia.
We might.
We might well do.
No, because I don't think Djokovic is even allowed in the country.
Not yet, maybe.
Right.
But
I thought for 3 years.
Let's give it 3 months.
But then I don't think Djokovic has a chance of beating him on clay. So maybe the World Championship. I think Novak will play Australia.
I tell you what, as well as the moment that we're seeing now from Carlos Alcaraz announcing himself on the Grand Slam stage, what might this do to the rest of history? Because Novak Djokovic still needs to win another couple to overtake Rafael Nadal.
That's a good point. Yeah, suddenly there's a big barrier in his path.
You've got to get past this guy.
Right. Yeah. Is he going to beat him at Roland Garros?
Who knows?
Well,
but I mean, look, what you have to say is, although Novak Djokovic is an incredible physical specimen for a guy of 35 years of age, time is going to run out for him at some point, and this guy's going to get better. Sinner's going to get better.
Whether he can become a serial winner so soon remains to be seen. So I think that's why it's so intriguing.
Yeah, it is. It's tantalizing.
Bring it on.
But I bet you he's on a cereal box in Spain tomorrow.
With some pictures they took earlier. Well, we're nearly ready for the presentation ceremony, and from this vantage point, it looks like it's Chris McKendry of ESPN who's going to be your master of ceremonies. The stage has been erected. The ball boys and ball girls, or ball men and ball women, are standing behind the net wearing carrying different flags.
Please welcome the participants for tonight's men's singles championship trophy
stadium
presentation.
Announcer Andy Taylor will talk you through it.
Tournament director Stacey Allister, USTA chairman of the board and president Mike McNulty, representing JP Morgan Chase, Andrew L. Cohen, four-time U.S. Open men's singles champion John McEnroe, and our host from ESPN, Chris McKendry.
Welcome, everyone. What a terrific 3 weeks of tennis this U.S. Open has been. And tonight, you've enjoyed the youngest championship men's match in Grand Slam play in the last 20 years. Let's hear it for these two. Now, please welcome future tennis champions carrying our hardware tonight, 13-year-old Isabel Lin from Rye Racquet Club in Harrison and 12-year-old Brij Vashit, Port Washington Tennis Academy. Thank you both. And to begin our ceremony, we'd like to recognize our chair umpire for today's final. Nico Hellworth, please step forward. And now I'd like to introduce Chairman of the Board, the President of the USTA, Mike McNulty.
Thank you, and congratulations, Carlos and Casper. What a match. The determination, the mental toughness, the athleticism, I think I speak for all of the fans here. What a performance. So the performance tonight is the culmination of a spectacular 3-week U.S. Open. But before we celebrate the players' success, I want to take a minute to extend our thoughts and our prayers to the people of Ukraine for a swift end to this unprovoked war on their nation. I'm proud to announce that during the U.S. Open, we raised $2 million for Ukrainian relief. But you know, it's only fitting that we undertook this effort as we celebrate the humanitarian and the champion that the stadium is named after, the great Arthur Ashe. And for the last 3 weeks, we've ushered in the next generation of champions. And we expect to see a lot of both of you over the many years. But this will be remembered as our most spectacular U.S. Open. And we couldn't have done it without the world's greatest fans. So congratulations, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mike. And now let's hear from our finalist and the new #2 in the world, Casper Ruud. They certainly appreciate your efforts. We all did over the past 2 weeks. Congratulations on an incredible run.
Thank you. And before we talk about tennis, I just wanted to say something, as I know it's an emotional day for Americans during this date. I send my prayers to everyone who lost their lives on this tragic day, tragic incidents that happened. In the tragic incidents that happened here in this city and this beautiful country of yours, and my heart and thoughts go out to everyone who lost someone close, a relative, or someone they loved. So it's something we never forget.
Thank you. I know you do love this city. You call it the City of Dreams, New York. This year, you've reached 2 Grand Slam finals in Paris as well as New York. You're now number 2 in the world. Put into words the experience of 2022 for you.
Yeah, it's tough to explain everything, but things have been going so well, and of course I'm so excited for it. And today was a special day, evening. Both Carlos and I, we knew what we were playing for, we knew what was at stake, and it's fun that both finalists will be number 2 and number 1 in the world tomorrow. I think it's fitting, so whoever... I'm disappointed, of course, that it's not that I'm not number 1, but number 2 is not too bad either. So I'm happy with that number, and I will continue to chase for my first Grand Slam and the number 1 ranking.
Sounds great. You're both so young. We look forward to it. Your tennis career and your efforts here, a family affair. Your father, Christian, a former professional player, your coach, your mom, your grandmom, 2 sisters. Your box is full of family.
Yes.
What is this journey like to make it with them?
Yeah, they, of course, I owe everything to them. They've been there since day 1, and they've been caring and helpful, thoughtful in all my life, all my journey and all my career. So I can't thank them enough. They are the reason why I'm able to be here today. So I hope we can continue to have a strong relationship and be a strong team in many years in the future. So thanks for all effort and sacrifice you have done for me.
Well, congratulations again on an incredible run to the finals of the U.S. Open. Best of luck in the future. Thank you. And now to hand the finalist his trophy, Mike McNulty.
Two Grand Slam finals in 1 calendar year for Casper Ruud, who has a silver plate to mark being the runner-up in New York. Quite a year for him, even though the ultimate prize remains just a little out of reach.
And now it's time to hear from our champion, Carlos Alcaraz. Congratulations, you are a champion and a teenager who's now the new world number 1. Just 19 years old. No one's ever done this before. It's a first. How does it feel?
Well, as Casper did, first of all, I wanted to say, I want to talk about today, a special day for everyone. I want to let you know that my thoughts are with all of you in this special day. So, I mean, it's never easy, you know, to live this day as a normal day. But yeah, I will remember this day with all of you, and yeah, my thoughts are with all of you guys.
Thank you, Carlos. And now for your moments and your grand achievement. Put it into words for me. Number 1 and a Grand Slam champion.
Well, this is something that I dreamed of since I was a kid. You know, to be number 1 in the world, to be champions of a Grand Slam. This is something that I work really, really hard. I mean, it's tough to talk right now. A lot of emotions right now, but yeah, it's. This is something that yeah, I try to achieve. All the hard work that I did with my team, my family, that took care about me. I'm just 19 years old, so all the decisions, the top decisions, are with my parents, my team as well. So this is something that yeah, is really, really special for me.
I saw you sitting down, as we all did, and you were crying through your smiles, tears and smiles all at the same time. What were you thinking?
My mom, that she's not here, and my grandfather. I was thinking about them. That a lot of family are here, team, but there are a lot of people from my family that they couldn't come here to watch the final, to watch some matches, and I was thinking in all of them.
I have a quick question for you. You played 3 5-set matches, 4 more today, almost 4 more hours today. Before the match, you said this is no time to be tired. Are you tired yet?
A little bit. I mean, I always say that it's not time to be tired in the final round of a Grand Slam or in every tournament. You know, you have to give everything on court. You have to give everything you have inside. I mean, it's something that I work really hard on it. And yes, as you said, it's not time to be tired.
Finally. I look around and I see so many Spanish flags, and you know you have an incredible fan base here. Why don't you say a few words to your Spanish fans here and all over the world?
Voy a cambiar a español para todos vosotros. La verdad que muchísima gente ha venido de España para verme, para animarme este día tan especial. Mucha gente de todo el mundo. Mucha gente de todo el mundo ha venido para animarme, para verme en este día tan especial. La verdad que el cariño que he recibido desde el primer día, desde la primera ronda, ha sido increíble. Siempre he dicho que probablemente haya sido el público y el ambiente que más he vivido en una pista de tenis gracias a vosotros, y la verdad que ha sido increíble poder vivir todo esto junto a vosotros. O sea, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce Andrew Alcoen, Executive Chair of JP Morgan Chase, to present you with $2.6 million.
So the check is nice. He's probably already got more money than he can spend when you factor in the endorsements, but it's the trophy that Carlos Alcaraz came to New York to get his hands on. And very, very shortly he will have that. First Grand Slam title at the age of 19.
Congratulations. And now the 4-time US Open men's champion, John McEnroe, would like to present Carlos with the trophy.
A 5th title of the year, and the one that will mean the most. The silver cup is in his hands. He's putting down that check.
US Open men's champion, Carlos Alcaraz.
And how many times will we see this victory celebration at a Grand Slam from Carlos Alcaraz over the next 15 plus years potentially? It is the start of a period of great success, surely, if he stays free of injury and all the other setbacks that can hinder a professional tennis player's career, because at the age of 19, as we've been saying, Naomi and Jeff, he's pretty much the finished article, and that is the most scary thing.
It is scary, and as I don't remember if it was you or David asking, you know, what would you improve in his game, and you struggle to find anything. It's so much of the match today, Casper Ruud was able to get back in when the level of Alcaraz dipped, but when he holds that top level, he's almost just unplayable. As you say, he's such an all-rounder already, one of the best movers we've ever seen in the entire sport. He's so good up at the net. He can be aggressive, he can defend, he serves well. There's just nothing really that he needs to work on, and we saw at times a bit of frustration, but he's 19. Even his mental side already at 19, it's just so impressive and leaps and bounds ahead of so many of those around him. So really going to be a game changer in our sport, and we're certainly witnessing a piece of history as he wins his first title today.
Yeah, Russell, I mean, there's a lot to be said about this kid, and I would like to know what he and his team did to get him so prepared for this moment, get him so ready to be able to play any game style out there. His footwork at the net, his footwork at the ground, his serve technique, his backhand technique, his forehand technique, and then you factor in the endurance. It's just incredible, the machine that they've put together, his team, and it's something you can't carbon copy. It's not like you could just go to the next tennis academy and say, okay, do this and you'll have the number. There's also that internal part of him that is able to push himself hard. It's like the last strides of a horse race where one horse takes off because it just has that instinct. You know, you see that from him, and you have to tell your own kid, hey, that's Carlos Alcaraz. When you go out on the court, dig deep, but there's no way you could dig that deep. There's just another intrinsic value that comes out of him that you want to bottle.
Well said. We saw it in the third set tiebreak, didn't we? And we saw it throughout that fourth set. Alcaraz really did not look like he was going to relinquish that lead. He was on court for 23 hours and 39 minutes. That's the longest any player has ever been on court at a Grand Slam, at least since records began in 1999. But I think we can safely say that it didn't happen before that as well, given the generally shorter rallies that we had in the world of tennis. What a performance by Carlos Alcaraz, new world number 1 and the US Open champion. Casper Ruud will be number 2 in the rankings when they are updated officially in the next few hours.
Yeah, I've got a picture of it already, the new rankings. I'm going to post that. Let me try to post it before anybody else, but I don't think so.
That's the one thing about live rankings. It takes the surprise away, doesn't it? It's not as if people are waiting anxiously for the list to be updated on Monday. Everybody knows what's going to happen.